Councillors, a very good morning to you all. We welcome our EGM and city staff as well. Good morning to all of you. The meeting is officially started at 9:02. It is the 862nd round of the Planning Regulation Committee, and we'll kick off with attendance and apologies, of which everyone is here, and good morning to you all again. Item 2, leave of absence. Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. I'd like to seek the consent of the committee to have leave granted for the 13th of January meeting, round 863 of Planning, Regulation and Services Committee. And I'll move the motion there on the screen, that leave of absence be granted to me for that PRC. It should be Planning, Regulation and Services Committee, scheduled to be 13th. It's a new name.
That's the name of the department, not the name of the committee. They don't have to align. Anyway, that's a different subject.
Okay, leave it
so Councillor Young moves a motion for that leave of absence. Councillor Fowler is happy to second the motion for the leave of absence. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. That moves us to item 3, the confirmation of the minutes. I seek a mover for the minutes of the previous round. Councillor Doran, a seconder. Councillor O'Neill. Do we have any questions or concerns to raise in regards to the minutes of the previous round, councillors? In that case, we'll take the vote to confirm the minutes. All those in favour? Against? The minutes are carried. Councillors, that takes us to item 4, conflict of interest declarations. Councillor O'Neill has a conflict ahead of an upcoming matter, so we'll deal with that one first, and then I'll open the floor to see if there's any other ones. Councillor O'Neill, floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. This is in relation to a MCU that's recently lodged, MCU 2025-292-88 Musgrave Street, Coolangatta. The name of the related party, the nature of the declarable conflict of interest is I lease an apartment at 8 Churchill Street, Coolangatta, which is in close proximity to the property that is the subject of a recently lodged MCU application for short-term accommodation. The name of the related party are the residence and body corporate of Elan Building, 8 Churchill Street, Coolangatta. The nature of my relationship with the related party, they are my neighbours. The nature of my related party's interest is they could be potential submitters in relation to the application. I am seeking permission to participate in making a decision about the matter, and the reasons why is I'm not an owner but lease the apartment, so I do not consider that I would incur either a personal financial gain or loss if the application were to be approved or refused. I am the divisional councillor for the area and have local knowledge of the area and feel that I have an open and persuadable mind in order to take part in the decision. I do not intend to make a submission in relation to this application, either for or against.
Councillors, is there any questions for Councillor O'Neill on what's been put forward?
The reason I'm making the declaring this is that there could be submissions because the building will probably impact views from my building. So I just want to make it clear to the residents who live in that building that I won't be making a submission for or against, and I will be taking part in the.
Understood, because if you made a submission, you'd be prescribed and out of the room for a start. And it's the right thing for Councillor O'Neill to have done, because to make sure that she can receive briefings and attend meetings on this matter from day one to get the early clearance from Council. If there's no questions, I'm happy to move a procedural motion, which that one that's up on the screen looks pretty good to me. Councillor Gates is happy to second the motion. That's fine. Councillor Young, did you have a question, or we'll look in the second? Oh, cool. So Councillor Young is happy to second it. Councillor Gates, did you have a question? Oh, understood. Councillor Doran.
Seek to understand if there's any precedents in this place before, not relating specifically to Councillor O'Neill's, but about proximity to a DA, whether you own or rent a property. Has there been any decisions made in this place before around just proximity being the conflict?
Councillor O'Neill.
I did make a similar declaration for a application for a property that's now being constructed right beside number 8 at number 10, and made the similar declaration. Yep.
And Councillor O'Neill, would you just remind us, I think the decision we made at that time was for you to participate in the matter as well then, wasn't it?
It was.
Yep. So there is that precedent. Did you need anything further? I think, Alicia, did you have anything to add to that? It doesn't happen that often, but when it does, I think we've typically taken the position, as long as there's no submissions, which automatically makes it prescribed, that normally we've backed the divisional councillor to do their job. Okay, councillors, we have a procedural motion up on the screen, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Young. If there's no further questions on that, we'll take the vote on the procedural motion. All those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Gates. Ask the question. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, I just needed to identify that. There are two groups that had made donations to me outside the relevant term. If it were only one, I wouldn't have interfered, but because it is UPS and Arcadis in relation to item 6.2 today, I felt the need to ask my colleagues whether they would like me to make a declaration.
So does that have anything to do with this conflict?
No.
So you can vote on this one and then we'll deal with the other one? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Councillor Gates can't be aware of any possible conflict with this one yet. It's only just been aired. So you're fine to vote on this one, Councillor Gates, and then we'll deal with the other one.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll take the vote on this procedural motion. All those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran. Please record Councillor O'Neill did not vote. Councillor Gates, we'll go over to you just to air that again.
So I received in 2016, but after the election, a donation from Arcadis. UPS, I returned their money, so I think I returned Arcadis too. So I haven't had donations since 2015, well outside the relevant term, but I did want to bring it to the councillor's attention in case anyone wanted me to make a declaration. Item 6.2, where they're both consultants to the project.
Councillor Gates has put that out into open just to allow us the opportunity to ask any questions or raise any concerns. For the public record, is there anyone wishing to raise any questions or concerns? Or are we going to stick with what we have typically done for some time now without Councillor Gates and recognise it's outside the relevant term and leave it as that? Going once. Sold. So, Councillor Gates, we'll take that as there's no concerns and no need for a conflict to be raised.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Councillors, is there any other conflict of interest declarations that we are not aware of beforehand? In that case, we'll move on. We'll go to the starred items, seeking matters that we wish to unstar. Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chairman. I'd like to request that we unstar 6.8, 6.9 and 7.1. Please.
We've unstarred those three. Councillor Gates, is your microphone on, or are you looking to unstar something? Nope. Councillor Martin.
6.3, Chair.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to unstar 6.2, please.
In typical fashion, we've left the forward planning schedule starred. Can I be cheeky and see if there's anything we want to star? No. No items we wish to star? Excellent. In that case, that makes it fairly easy. So we have unstarred everything apart from the forward planning schedule, which we will now deal with separately. Councillor Doran is happy to move the forward planning schedule. A seconder. Councillor Fowler. All those in favour? Against the motion, we have adopted the forward planning schedule. We're on a roll. Councillors, 6.1, presentation of the city's new development application portal. Good morning, Mick. Good morning, team. Good morning, Rachel.
Through the chair. Good morning, councillors. My name is Catherine Lust and I'm the Development Support Lead for City Development, and I'm here to introduce our new online property and development portal which replaces our existing PD Online. This product is called Development.i. PD Online is our public portal which allows our community and residents to access information relating to development applications. Who uses it? Our residents, the community, general industry, bodies, and also our city staff. More than 700,000 people view PD Online every year. So why are we changing? Our current PD Online platform is quite clunky to navigate. There's minimal searching opportunities, and it has quite a lot of manual and laborious processes for our internal city staff. And the reason we're choosing to go with Development.i is because it has some advanced searching capabilities like the map navigation. It also allows for submissions to be lodged in a very seamless and easy way, and the automated workflows for our city staff are much more improved. The vendor is, they're invested in improving the product, and they're using 8 different councils at the moment. So it's already a trusted and proved product that we're going with. Since launching in 2018, Development.i is servicing over 2 million residents and, as I said, 8 different local government areas. There's more than 80,000 views every month, and they're continuing to grow and improve the product in time. These slides represent the home pages for our current PD Online and also the proposed Development.i, and you can immediately see the improvements there with navigation. You no longer have to access the applications via the different registers or know the application number to be able to view. It was important to us to be able to meet our customer expectations, and we received feedback that they weren't happy with our current product. So this product meets those expectations by allowing them the flexible searching opportunities, access to the key information all in one spot, and a simplified way of being able to have their say on development applications that are in public notification. It also addresses some of the privacy concerns that our residents have had, allowing our submitters to choose to not publish their private details on this Development.i platform. Along with that, we've also developed some helpful resources, some how-to videos and FAQs. There's a glossary page, so everything they need is right there at their fingertips, and it's intuitive and easy to navigate. Development.i is scheduled to go live on the 2nd of February 2006, and this will allow our community residents and city staff to access all the different development applications and their types through flexible and intuitive searches. You can search by subdivision, you can search by division or suburb, street address, a lot on plan, or if you're not even sure, you just go onto a map and you just find the property. You can access the submissions portal with the improved privacy features, and the new portal has the ability to save searches and set up email notifications, so you're really aware of what's happening in your area. Prior to go live, we'll ensure that assistance is provided to both councillors and their support, and we've set up a number of showcases for city staff to join and learn some information about Development.i, how to use, and also be able to access those how-to lodge videos. Also in this time, we'll ensure that the industry is well prepared and communicated. We are sending out a PD alert. We've set up some communications to the Australian Institute of Building Surveyors, and also there's a City Hub page with all the helpful information needed there. Also allowing for the 2nd of February 2006 go live. Despite the product being ready this year, we decided to delay rollout just to give everyone a nice chance to be able to take their Christmas breaks and not miss any of those key communications or, the opportunity to participate in the soft launch. When they come back next year, it will be ready and seamlessly go live. Yep. So this is the homepage for Development.i, and you can see it's pretty intuitive straight off the bat. You've got some little click-ons here that you can either go via the property, or the application details, or you've got the map search. We've got some tiles here for our frequently used searches, so there's just a little bit of extra accessibility. Scroll down a little further and you've got all the helpful information like the FAQs, the glossary page, and those how-to videos I was talking about are located here. Or if a submission is what you're after, you can jump straight into lodging the submission from the homepage. So we'll do a little demonstration. We'll go into the map search. And because I live in the gorgeous Division 14, I will go with that as the example. I should also just mention too, this is a test environment. So the applications that appear and the numbers that showcase are not necessarily true and accurate. And it worked every time when I was in the waiting room. And it's having a little think. Let's just clear. It worked 1,000 times, I promise. There's nothing in your division, Gail. All right. I apologise. Let me just go straight out. This is a test environment, so it obviously is not going to do this on the day in the live environment. No? Okay. Let's just go to plan B. So, pretending we type... Oh, here we go. No, you really don't have anything. Okay, so let's just pretend that didn't happen and we'll just zoom in on a page. So all of these little blue dots are representing an application. Those applications will appear down the left-hand side panel, and then you can actually click into those applications and view details.
What's the time period Is that 10 years, 1 year?
So through the chair, the information on this portal is the same as the information on currently PD Online. So for development applications, I think they go back to 1997. For building applications, it's 2018. And for referral agency assessment, it is 2003. So if we wanted to look at one of the applications in detail, we can click here. You can see that this is a material change of use. It is for multiple dwellings, and this one is actually in public notifications. So over here, you can either look at the documents relating to the application or click this button to make a submission. And the search filters up the top allow you to search by applications in progress or decided. You can also search for either development applications, referral agency assessment, or other, which is building applications or management plans. Yep. And then if you're in development, you can then drill down your search a little bit more when it stops thinking and choose which development application you want, or a date range or level of assessment. You can even search by use types.
Okay. So I think we've got a fairly good sense of the live environment, appreciating this is the test site. Councillor Toes, you had a question first, and I've got Councillor Gates.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. Firstly, I had a question just about the people being able to submit privately or confidentially, and what are the implications of that. So, when we're in chambers and someone has made a submission who we may have a relationship with, them being able to submit confidentially might impact that. How do we manage that reality?
Through the chair, so the portal itself has a custom-built submissions portal, and the privacy features are more around the publishing of that information on the portal.
Right.
So they can either click to have their details published or not, and the only thing that doesn't publish will be their name and their email address and their street address. The rest of the submission in full will be published, although the submission in its entirety obviously will be sitting with the city and will be available to the applicant through that process.
Right.
That probably doesn't address what Councillor Tozer was quite getting to. Mr Moran, maybe you might be better placed to answer that.
Sure. Through the chair, there'll be no change to the committee reports. At the moment, we don't publish the submitters' names in the reports, but we will continue to publish a usual map where the submission came from. So there'll be no change to the committee reports. The data that's published online at the moment, if we have residents request that their name be redacted, our staff have to go in and black out their names before posting that submission on PD online.
Okay.
So this process just takes out that manual task. At the end of the application, despite a resident saying they want their name redacted, their details will be provided with the list of submitters to the applicant as per the Planning Act rules.
Okay. I'll keep thinking about that. It might not be really much different to what we have anyway. Like people can submit anonymously, I suppose, anyway. So I was just thinking of things like, I think Councillor Martin was precluded from engaging in a particular debate because he had made a submission privately. Had he made that submission confidentially, maybe that wouldn't have been, well, we do have to rely on his. Yeah, anyway, I'm trying to reconcile how that might work because no one can keep each other accountable. Part two is the map-based search. You touched on the map-based search going back to 1997 for applications. So does that mean that when I put an address in for a location, let's say in Mudgebar, every application for that address will be able to be reviewed?
Through the chair, that is correct, yes. If you put in any suburb or any property site, you'll see all of those applications that are relevant to the platform, being development applications, referral agency assessment, building and management plans, and they will all be listed there under that property.
Right, so on the screen we're on right now, I type the word Mudgebar at the top, and then on the left-hand side where it says filtered application results, every application that was submitted in Mudgebar since 1997 will be in that list. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, that's the idea, yes, that's correct.
Right. Okay. So my next question kind of relates to that. When someone has a legacy approval from the Albert Shire, is there an easy mechanism to request that we go beyond 1997 to see older approvals? Or is that just, how do we do that?
So through the chair, the process wouldn't change from our current processes. So a request would be made to rights to information or to planning inquiries, and those very historical applications would be available through that process.
And will it filter all applications that have been lodged, approved, refused, everything?
Correct.
Or okay.
So for this one, through the chair, you can see Mudgebar. You can see all of the little blue dots represent applications sitting in Mudgebar, and I've filtered it from, if we were filtering it from the oldest to newest, we'd be able to see in just a second the oldest one in there is 2003.
So, right, so no one lodged that development application between 1997 and 2003?
Potentially not for this one.
In Mudgebar. Okay, I'm not going to question that in the public domain. We might have a chat about that later.
It could be that information is historic, and so we're making sure that we publish quality information. So if the details from old legacy systems don't have the right, say, descriptions or so forth, we're going through that process currently to filter all that information and ensure that it's correct. Just remembering that this is only the test environment, so just sample applications have been brought over. These numbers here won't be indicative of the live production environment.
Okay, so you said it's going to go live in February. will there be a period of time where the old PD Online and Development.i will exist kind of concurrently?
So through the chair, on the 2nd of February, our current PD Online will be inhibited. So it will be still available, but we will shut it down so people can't access it. While we do a soft launch, which is scheduled for mid-January, both of those sites will be available. And the soft launches, the idea is to allow some city staff the opportunity to play and explore and compare it to our current Development.i. And we're also extending that invitation out to some selected industry consultants as well.
Right, so between the middle of January and the 2nd of February, or whenever it was, there'll be a period of time over 2-3 weeks where both internal officers and external invited people can test the search capability of both and compare them. And what are we going to do with that period of time? Are we just going to... Is there a survey, or do we have the opportunity to change things, or how come we're doing that?
So during that process, it's to gain feedback. So if there's fundamental feedback that requires configuration changes, that will be taken on board and it will be explored and reviewed as possibly a second phase rollout. But the more of the feedback we're hoping to get is just questions around, is it intuitive? Is the navigation there? And then that way we have that opportunity to bolster up our FAQs and our glossary page, perhaps create some more videos that will assist those queries.
Yeah, and in engaging with this product, you've said that there's 8 other councils also using it. Are they as big or similar to us? Are they in South East Queensland? What are those councils?
Yep, so through the chair, there's currently Brisbane, there's Redlands, Toowoomba, Sunshine Coast, there's Western Downs, there's a few local government areas in New South Wales as well, but those are probably the ones that are familiar.
And do each of them have tailored software? Like, is everyone a little bit different, or is there this strict platform that everyone has to stick to, and if one new element gets rolled out, everyone gets it?
A little of both. There is the framework is the same across all of those local government areas. City of Gold Coast has the custom built submissions portal as an example, because that was a specific need that we felt was going to benefit our community. But say, as an example, Brisbane City Council don't show their building applications, whereas Gold Coast are wanting to make that information publicly available. So there might be a few little variances, but the framework is the same.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Gates, you're up next.
Thanks very much, Chairman. I just wondered, is this being purchased by council, this system, or is it a licence agreement? And what are the details around that?
Through the chair, there is a vendor. The vendor's name is Leander, and it's a subscription-based service.
So annual subscription?
Sorry?
Is it an annual subscription?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I guess we'll know the cost at some other time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, happy to send an email around with those costs.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I think acknowledging this has been a multi-year project, so it's been a part of the budget for some years now to get to this point. I think I saw Councillor Young next, and then we'll come back to the middle.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Catherine. That's great to see. Can we get access, councillors get access to this test environment soon, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Can a person make a submission on a code accessible development application through this system?
Through the chair, no. The submissions process will only be for impact applications in public notification.
Right. So we tend to enable, or at least review and consider submissions made on code assessments, code accessible developments, and so this would preclude that.
That's correct. That process won't change. So if there is codes submissions, they will come through the same channels as what they come through now.
You'd have to email it. Is it feasible with this system to share a specific page? Let's say I've found a particular MCU and I want to tell someone, here's the stuff about that, here's all the material that's been lodged. I can just share that page?
That's correct. So if I go into one of these applications, you can see there's a link button.
Great.
You just share the link.
Easy. That's really good. And will you provide some kind of social media promotion opportunity about this? Because there's a lot of people in the community, I'm sure, would love to know about this when it launches.
So yes, we do have a change lead, and we have engaged with our comms area. At the moment, it's a P&D alert, and various industry groups like the Australian Institute of Building Surveyors will have an opportunity for a little bit more detailed information. But because it's a product that is available to everyone, and everyone uses it for different reasons, we haven't gone down the path of having, you'd say, like a branding campaign, but it's quite intuitive, so we didn't feel that it was necessarily required, and given that other local government areas use it, it's a consistent product that is already known and used.
Perhaps through you, Chairman, to the EGM, can we seek to get some promotional material for this so that we can enable the broader community to be aware of it?
Yep. Through you, Mr. Chair.
In February.
Councillor Young, happy to do that. We can also speak to our comms team, who will update the council's socials and things like that. Yep. So that's easy.
Thanks. That's all from me. Thanks, Chairman. Thank you,
Councillor Young. Councillor Patterson and Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for that. I have an application open at the moment in an area in Benoa, where there's not normally a lot of sensitive applications, and I've had a lot of requests on my social media for a new system. So I'm sure this will be very welcome. I just had a couple of questions. First, you mentioned that 80,000 users per month are currently using this one. And I'm just a little bit curious because you said we've got over 700,000 who use our current PD Online. So we currently have 60,000 a month, and eight other councils, including Brisbane, only have 80,000 a month.
Through the Chair.
So are we just a very active council?
No, through the Chair. The 700,000 was per year for our current PD Online, whereas
Yes.
the 80 was for a month.
Yes. So 700,000 for the year. We're looking at 60,000 a month for the Gold Coast.
Yep.
So we just have an active community.
We absolutely
in comparison to 80,000 for 8 other councils, including Brisbane. Okay.
That's correct.
It reflects, one of the reasons for that reflects that those other councils have a lot more codified things. So Brisbane has a lot less impact.
Right.
DAs would probably be part of it.
Okay, that's good to know. One other thing, this looks great, this looks very usable, but I'm just considering the recent experience of BOM with their change, and I'm wondering, is there any downside for us leaving PD Online open for another 3 to 6 months whilst we go through that transition?
So through the Chair, we are going to leave PD Online available. We're just inhibiting it. So if there is unforeseen nuances that we haven't prepared for, we can easily switch back over to PD Online.
Okay, but all right, okay. That's right, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I just had 2 questions. The first just around training. Will you be doing a bit more an in-depth training with councillors and also our office staff around the portal prior to its go-live date?
Absolutely. So we have, through our change lead, organised into our comms plan some personalised training sessions for the councillors' city support, where we'll be able to sit with them, show them the navigation, and also assist to set up some of those saved searches that you might be interested in, or email notifications that you'd like to set up to be automated.
Thank you, that would be great. And just, I suppose, in line with Councillor Patterson and Councillor Young, my concern is that it is a big change in terms of where a lot of people use it, as we've just talked about, and to not have more of a comprehensive communications plan, I think, is a missed opportunity in my view. I was just wondering, particularly residents, but also our industry stakeholders, what will we do? Are we going to point them to the online tutorials, or are we going to be running some public workshops, or what is the plan to, I guess, get the message out there and make sure that all the users can navigate it well?
Through the Chair, so we do have the P&D alert, and we'll be inviting some consultants to have a soft launch of the product in mid-January. In addition to that, I think we've got some information leaflets available that will provide the council officers. So should residents require some additional information on how to lodge submissions, they will have that information on a one-pager, and then also links to be able to find that more in-depth knowledge on our city planning website.
Councillor Fowler, I'm very much detecting what you and other councillors are getting towards, and I think Alicia understands as well that we'll have a review done of the comms around this that are community facing, and looked at a little bit more in that space, because I do agree it's one we could do a little bit more behind, and I think that'd be worthwhile.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's a good news story too. So when I send the email about the costings, we can just include exactly what we're proposing to do. So that's fine.
We've got a little bit of time up our sleeve, so we'll make sure we get a bit more meat behind that forward-facing community element of it.
Chair, would you be open to, when we get to it, a 2 that just says that a training and communication plan for council staff, community and industry stakeholders is developed and implemented in line with the go-live date?
I don't have a problem with that at all. I think most of that is the intent anyway, but let's call it out in black and white.
Yeah.
Make sure it's there. Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. I think sharing that direct MCU link is a game changer. Like, we don't have that in PDA Online, and it causes a lot of frustration. So as long as that works, there's no login, then fantastic. My question is around like alerts. I think I read in the report, both when something is lodged and or public submission. I'm wondering how that alert process works. How can someone sign up and say, hey, I want to know that it's been lodged and know when submissions are coming up?
So through the chair, you can log on, and so you just put in your details, set up a password that uses our My Account logon details, and then on that page you can save a particular application or a property or a suburb, or in your case a division, and then set what notifications you'd like to receive via email. You can have daily notifications, weekly notifications or monthly notifications, and those notifications will generally be say it's a property based, you could see what applications have been lodged over that property, and if you're looking at an application based search, then you can see what activity has been on that application. So if it's moved to a decision or if it's in public notification, they'll get prompted.
So maybe a slightly more contextual example that maybe Councillor Martin was getting to. So if Councillor Martin wanted to set an alert up for Palm Beach and one alert could be for whenever a DA is lodged, but he could have a separate alert for when one's going into public notification.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very good.
Councillor Martin.
And thank you. Fantastic. And so then the submission, you mentioned we've tailored a submission portal for the city. Just wondering, is that is that like a limited text? Is it unlimited text? Can they load, say, we often get a lot of documents and PDFs and things like that. Do they have the ability to do that?
That's correct. So there is, I think it's 3,000 words for the grounds for the submission, and then you can lodge as many supporting documents as you like, although I think the maximum size is 30 megabyte total.
And if in a unusual circumstance, if someone needed to send something larger, they could contact the city, I assume, and lodge it that way. Okay, fantastic.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. It recently came up that PD Online doesn't speak to our internal AI data management. I was just wondering if that's been considered with this one so that we can access it and use it that way.
Through the chair, we haven't reviewed the AI access to Development Online, but I can take that on notice and investigate and provide a comment.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Councillors, noting that there is further training and opportunities to look into this over the next couple of months, I might pull us up there for now. I'm happy for Councillor Fowler's number 2 to be added into the recommendation. And Councillor Fowler, do you want to move? Happy to move the recommendation with your amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Fine to do that.
Okay, so we'll get that up and we'll add in our number 2.
I'll just read it out again for Chamber support. So that a training and communication plan for councillors, staff, community and industry stakeholders is developed and implemented in line with the go-live date.
Can I check with city officers? Is there any concerns of interpretation of that? Fairly straightforward. Excellent. Councillor Fowler, you happy to move it? Councillor Young, is that a seconder? Yes, Chair. Councillor Young's happy to second. Councillor Fowler, if you're happy to open debate.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very exciting step forward in how we're managing development applications across the city. Very exciting to see the live go through today, and looking forward to further training as well. This change just ensures councillors, staff and stakeholders are ready for the launch, potentially less reliance on city officers if we have a bit more training to reach out all the time if we do know how to use that, and also just by having that clear communications plan, I think with the public, that'll also be less reliance on city officers providing support to the industry stakeholders as well.
Speaker against the motion? I was just going to contribute on the back of Councillor Fowler's comments there that this has been something that I know city officers have been excited to get done for some years. I don't think it's a hidden fact that PD Online has got a lot of limitations, and the main limitation being that if you use it all the time, it's okay to navigate, but if you're a community member trying to access it for the first time, it is a really terrible system to get stuck in between. And for a lot of councillors when they first come on the job as well, trying to get their head around PD Online has been quite the mess. So as we've seen today, this is a much more user-friendly, intuitive tool that will be much easier for everybody to use, and I think really responds to the community's request for access to more information. So really looking forward to the training session and that extra work. I think that is really well called out, Councillor Fowler, and really hoping that this does provide what the community's been seeking in this space, is more transparency, more access to information when we go to the live date. Councillors, I think we'll end debate there on this. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried unanimous. Officers, thank you very much. Catherine, thank you very much. Okay, we'll hook into our first of two DAs for today. Lara, Juz, good morning to you both.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, councillors. This application is for a material change of use for rooming accommodation and a food and drink outlet. It's subject to impact assessment. The subject site is 210 Kiers Road and 11 Kedron Avenue in Miami. It's made up of 6 freehold allotments with a total area of 925 square metres, and it's located within the mixed-use zone. It's also bounded by 3 separate road frontages, resulting in the island configuration shown in the figure. At a local context, the key notable features include Nobby Beach Holiday Village Caravan Park to the north of the site, Gold Coast Highway and Miami State School to the east, and Nobby's Neighbourhood Centre to the north along Gold Coast Highway. It's also located within 400 metres of 2 future light rail stations, being Nobby Station and the Miami North Light Rail Station. The proposed development is for rooming accommodation, including 109 rooms, which also include 1 manager's residence. There's also a food and drink outlet component for a small cafe tenancy at the ground floor. While this is open to the general public between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. in accordance with the mixed-use zone code hours, it is also proposed to be an ancillary meal service to residents, which is available 24 hours. While the land uses themselves are code accessible, the development does exceed the code accessible building height of 2 stories and 9.5 metres, resulting in an impact assessment application. The development proposes an overall height of 9 stories and 31.1 metres. The development also features 3 levels of basement parking, and totaling which results in a total of 59 car parking spaces. During public notification, we received 102 properly made submissions. 190 of those were in objection and 2 were in support. The main planning matters raised were land use, character amenity impacts, car parking, building height, lack of community consultation, and the hours of operation of the food and drink outlet proposed originally. The key considerations relate to building height as well as car parking. In terms of building height, officers are supportive as it does provide a medium rise form in accordance with the definitions of the city plan, which is envisaged in mixed-use zoning in accordance with the industry and business areas element. There's also a lack of impact resulting from the 15-metre separation to any adjoining site in terms of the built form intensity you'd experience otherwise if you're directly adjoining the site, as well as a lack of shadow or privacy impacts. There's also a need to provide for affordable housing choices across the city where it is code accessible. In terms of car parking, the development proposes a total of 59 spaces. For the rooming accommodation component, the AO would be 109 spaces for the 109 rooms. The applicant has opted to utilise the travel demand measures, which are in the Transport Code, that provide a reduction to the overall rate. Using those reductions, which is 53 car parking spaces, the new AO for the rooming accommodation is 56 car parking spaces. The development proposed a total of 57, so is AO compliant for the rooming accommodation land use. The development also proposes 2 car parking spaces for the food and drink outlet. This results in a shortfall of 2 spaces for the cafe tenancy overall. Officers are supportive of this reduction as it is quite a small tenancy of 80 square metres. A lot of the business will be walk-up given the residential yield. It's also located with an industry and business area where there will be a lot of foot traffic. It's also noted that this area will be restricted parking once the light rail is operational, where there will be a high turnover of car parking. Overall, officers are supportive of the development. There's a need for rooming accommodation in a well-connected urban area of the city, and it contributes to housing diversity. The proposal also aligns with the intent of the mixed-use zone, providing a medium-rise building form. On this basis, officers recommend the application be approved, subject to conditions.
I might shoot in with the first couple of questions. Could we get a better understanding of what the definition of rooming accommodation is?
Mm-hmm. So the definition of rooming accommodation, that's page 30 of the agenda. So it's for a residential accommodation, essentially. And it's for up to 4 people where they share facilities, essentially. So that can include self-contained unit as long as there's shared facilities or limited facilities. In this case, they have small kitchenettes, room for a little bathroom and a bed. So it is a self-contained unit, but they are limited facilities and they do have shared facilities, including laundries.
So the reason I asked that question was to explain, because I can't remember a rooming accommodation application coming through in my time in this place. It is a bit of a land use that we don't see very regularly. I wanted to get to the contextual difference so that my second question was going to be is that as this site is currently proposed, it couldn't then be converted to short-term accommodation or to another use because it's got those shared facilities. Is that correct? So this couldn't be approved and then them turn around and say, oh, now we want to do short-term accommodation because the laundries and those kind of things are all shared. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if they did propose a change, they potentially could, but this is for rooming accommodation and it's the best fit for what they've proposed at the moment. So they could in the future, but they haven't proposed to do that.
But if they wanted to do that, that would require a new application and a whole new process to be gone through?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, another change application.
With this proposal, this isn't to be strata titled, is it? So these units can't be sold. It has to be kept in this format for this use.
That's correct.
Yep. I'll leave that for now. Councillor Marshall, I saw your hands up first.
Yeah, probably. Thank you, Chair, and through you. I guess in terms of the rooming accommodation, and I'm probably building upon the Chair's question, like, do we have any examples on the Gold Coast of rooming accommodation currently
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of any in Miami per se, but I know that there have been some recent approvals in Southport and maybe Surfers.
Okay, and so I guess building upon that, what would be a typical client resident for this? I note that the report talks about it not being student accommodation, but students could be here for a short term. It's short-term, emergency, transitional housing, but there's not really an example of a typical resident. What would be a typical resident, say, for the I guess the examples in Southport or Surfers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not too sure of those exact examples, if I'm being honest, but it doesn't. The definition doesn't have a specific target market, so it could be a range of those, and that's what the applicant has proposed as well.
You have another question, Chair. I guess. I note in the report that it sort of says, building height 9 stories, it's going to be 31 metres. When it's 2 stories, code accessible 9.5 metres. But in the report, it sort of describes that would have limited impact on the character. I guess myself and other residents in the area would sort of say, but the impact on the character is there anything of this height on the western side of the Gold Coast Highway? Somebody texted me this morning and said it's 1.5 kilometres north and 1.5 kilometres south to find something 4 stories high. This is 9 stories high. Surely that has an impact on the character of the area.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, the subject site is in a bit of a unique position where it's kind of between a low density, which envisages the low rise, and then you've got the medium to the north, and then the industry and business areas, which all envisages medium rise along that area. In terms of what's envisaged here, it is medium rise. I think we acknowledge that it is quite higher than the rest of the surrounding area, but because it's medium rise and because it's on an island site itself, officers are supported because there is a lack of impact and a need for this type of accommodation.
Probably got another one. Yes, sorry. And then I guess that sort of leads into the next question. There was reports, and it was on page 87 in the report, that exactly like you said, the officers acknowledge that the height is taller than the existing and anticipated building heights. It provides an abrupt height transition to the low-density residential zone to the west, but it's justified because of the rooming accommodation. But I guess they make reference to it's justified also because it's on the Gold Coast Highway, but the reality is this is not on the Gold Coast Highway. It's 55 metres west of the highway. So I'm just wondering whether we're applying a rule for medium rise as it results to the Gold Coast Highway when we're really not on the Gold Coast Highway. I just probably need some clarification on that one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess the intention of those comments were that this industry and business area is along the Gold Coast Highway corridor, and that area is envisaged to have some medium rise.
And then probably my last question, yeah. So I again, coming back, I'll leave height for a second, but coming to the car parking issue, obviously that AO1 and the plan has determined that 109 apartments, 109 car parks, and then the travel demand measures were applied. Have we seen, I know there's been travel demand measures applied in other locations, but have we seen it as aggressive as this? Obviously, this is unbundling car parks, bike racks, share car. Just from looking through previous applications, I couldn't see where this aggressive nature had been done previously.
Through the Chair, I might invite Chris Levers from Transport Assessment to answer car parking questions.
Handball to Chris. Chris.
Good morning, councillors. To the question, I can't think of anywhere all 4 have been applied before. That's not to say there hasn't been. We often see 1 or 2, but the city plan and the way the transport code is drafted, it definitely allows you to propose the travel demand measures in combination. And you can apply all 4, so I would say it's in accordance with how the transport code is written.
And I guess through you, Chair, building on that, the travel demand measures are open for all land use, all building types. I guess the argument I'm going to have is that rooming accommodation is very, very different to holiday rentals, is different to student accommodation, to permanent rentals. So is the same travel demand measure able to be applied across any type of building or land use?
Chair, there is no restriction on the land use that they can be applied to.
that's probably it for now. Thank you.
Councillor Martin was up next, and then I have Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Chair. Just wondered if you could go back to the slide. I'm just keen to confirm heights on there. There was a map with colours. I think it had low density, medium, and I assume mixed zone. Just seeking to confirm, so the low density, 2 stories, the medium, I'm wondering if you could just confirm what the code and whether there's an uplift provision and what the height, the maximum, if that's a 50% cap, and the same for the mixed zone. I'm just trying to understand that area.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the low density zone, because it's in a suburban neighbourhood, there is no 50% uplift. It just envisages low rise development. To the north of the site is medium density. I believe that's mapped 2 stories and 9 metres, but because it's within an urban neighbourhood, the 50% uplift is applicable. For this subject site being in the mixed use zone, there is no 50% uplift provisions. So in the industry and business areas element, it talks to where a site is mapped by the building height overlay, that that's not to be exceeded to retain the low to medium rise built form. In this case, the site isn't mapped by that building height overlay.
And is that the same as those orange ones to the south? They're not mapped?
They're not mapped.
And so where they're not mapped, sorry, just so I understand, there is no capped height, or there is a mapped height for there is a height for unmapped height zones like this mixed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in this case, the industry and business areas element, it only really speaks to sites that are mapped. On that basis, we've taken guidance from this site not being mapped. It is providing a medium rise built form, and then in the mixed use zone, it talks to provisions about character and amenity.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Gass, is it a follow-up question to that specific one? Yeah, sorry, we'll take that first.
Thank you so much. I'm just struggling to understand why it's an impact assessable application if officers have assessed the height as being medium rise. Is that just a discretion that you've taken? And because it clearly says that the height is 2 stories or 9 metres. So how have you used your discretion as officers to determine that this should be medium rise?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the code accessible building height is 2 stories and 9.5 metres.
Yeah.
Under the city plan definitions, low rise is to 9 metres, and then medium rise is defined between 9 metres and 32 metres. So this site does envisage medium rise being a code height of 2 stories and 9.5 metres. So in the tables of assessment, the trigger for being impact assessment is the building height. And then we've taken guidance from the industry and business areas element, which talks to a site which is mapped. Because this is not mapped and it does talk to having medium rise development, we've considered it appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chairman.
Councillor O'Neill, that takes us back to you.
Thanks, Chair. I do notice that there was a needs analysis done for this application, and there's put forward several different references to what it could accommodate. Are we looking, and I don't know if you have this information, but are they looking for referrals from the state government agencies or to house people here? Do you know that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So the applicant has proposed that it'll be registered as a residential services with the Department of Housing. So essentially that's if someone's looking for affordable accommodation, they can go on the Department of Housing and there's a residential services register. And the applicant has proposed to do that, and we've conditioned that as well.
So just a supplementary question, Chair. So would the applicant be would he have the appoint the manager and run the facility, or are they looking at appointing some sort of agency?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Councillor O'Neill, for what it's worth, and it's been a little while since I met with this applicant, but the indication was that it would be self-managed, that they would be managing the facility and the services.
And another question, would they be managing any car share facilities there as well, themselves?
Through you, Chair, Mr. Chair, we do have a condition that relates to the management of car share, so that would have to be either the manager or a third party, but through the management of the overall development.
Okay, thank you.
I'll bring Chris up again.
We'll get Chris to clarify the car share question first.
Yes, so as you can see on the table on the screen, there's 2 car share vehicles proposed. So in accordance with Table 7 of the Transport Code, each car share vehicle that is proposed gives you a discount of 4 car parking spaces from your overall car parking requirement. So they've proposed 2, and that gives them a discount of 8 spaces.
But didn't we see in the original that to meet the requirement they needed 4 car share vehicles? In the summary that we were provided, in order to achieve the required car parking, it was 1 more, it was 57 rather than 56, but from what I read, I believed that they needed to provide 4 car share vehicles to get the reduction down to 56.
No, so I can step through. So they've proposed all 4 travel demand measures. So they've proposed 2 car share vehicles, which gives them a reduction of 8 spaces. They've unbundled parking as well, which gives them a 30% discount from their total parking requirement. That equates to 32.7 space discount. They've proposed 19 motorcycle spaces. Each 2 motorcycle spaces proposed reduces your requirement by 1, so they get a discount or a reduction of 9.5 spaces. And then they've also proposed bicycle parking spaces over and above what the acceptable outcome requires. And for every 6 of those that you propose, that's a reduction of 1 car parking space. So as adding those up on the screen there, you can see that the total reduction is 53 spaces. Our starting requirement was 109 spaces, so that reduces their requirement down to 56, and they're proposing 57.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go, I'll just for fairness, I'll go back to order for now, just so we can keep getting through, because I've held up Councillor Patterson a few times now. Yep. Councillor Dozel, if it's specific to this, so we don't make Chris sit down again.
So I'm interested in how many motorbikes versus, like, what's the ratio of cars to motorbikes in the broader population?
Sorry, pardon me.
Like in the city. This is proposing 20% of everyone who lives in this place is going to be riding a motorbike. And I'm interested to know what's the proportion of motorbikes in our community to cars? What's the motorbike to car ratio?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I think it's around 5%.
Right.
But I could be wrong. But in terms of Table 7, it does allow you to have a maximum number of motorcycle spaces that reduces your offset by up to 15% of the total car parking requirement. So that means, in accordance with Table 7, they could have proposed up to 32 motorcycle spaces. They've proposed 19. So
yeah,
again, it is in accordance with Table 7.
And I get that. So to me, this has raised an issue for us in Table 7. Like, our planning scheme needs to change Table 7, because the idea that there's going to be a bikie gang living at this place, and I don't mean a bikie gang in the negative term, but that 20% of everyone who, like 1 in every 5 people are going to ride a motorbike at this place. It seems like there's going to be a bunch of empty motorcycle spaces, because that's just not reflective of the broader population's use of motorcycles.
The broader population is not going to be living.
I know, I get that, but also I'm not sure.
Councillors, we were not going to debate over the top of each other.
Ratio.
We'll take that as a comment on notice for the new planning scheme, and we'll go to Councillor Patterson for a question.
Okay. Thank you. So, reading through the economic need and impact assessment, where it occurs as, because I'm just trying to get clear on who we're actually talking about. So we're talking about people who are homeless, at the risk of homelessness, backpackers, so workers who are here from overseas on short term, and also tourists that are currently using Airbnbs. Is that accurate? Because that's my understanding of what the economic needs assessment states.
Through Mr. Chair, in terms of the short term, I think that was just used as an analysis of what's available in terms of not long-term housing. The actual target market that the applicant has proposed, that's on page 30. So they've stated it could be transitional emergency accommodation, could be students, could be workers, could be low co-living opportunities. Because it's a code-accessible land use, we haven't really interrogated too much further.
But if we go to page 53 and we look at what is the economic need that would have someone build something like this, and I don't see this as a bad thing at all. They're stating that there's a lot of people who have to work in that area who are on a lower income than the average. There's a lot of tourists who can't afford places and taking out homes and Airbnbs. And I just want to understand, rather than kind of language that doesn't really resonate or mean something to me, that first of all, this is who we're talking about. The second thing with that is I certainly see the connection here with people who are at the risk of facing homelessness or are currently homeless and working through public housing. On the management, you said that it would be self-managed. Is there any requirement for us in terms of how much time needs to be on site? Does there need to be someone on site 24/7? Anything like that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not in the city plan definitions. So they have proposed there to be an on-site manager, and there is a manager's residence on site as well. But there's nothing in the city plan that directly speaks to the management.
Because it does occur as something similar to a couple of recent applications in Southport where there is a 24/7 manager on site, and I just thought that might provide comfort, given that there might be different needs there. With the tourist element of it that is noted, is there any if they identified, actually, this is most profitable for us if we just make this 100% tourists, is there any limitation on them to do that?
Through you, it's not my understanding that they are proposing tourists specifically. Was there a specific point?
Yeah, it's in page
at the bottom.
Through the chair, I think, Councillor Patterson, you're talking about the third last bullet point on page 53, which to me doesn't mean that this facility is targeting tourists, but what it's actually picked up on is that in these areas of the city where we do have a lot of tourists coming, those tourists bring a demand for services. So this building or this development might actually provide accommodation for cafe workers or other people, students who are studying, working, can't afford to live in somewhere else. This might provide the opportunity for those workers to service the tourist industry.
And I appreciate we are talking about a different segment of workers, lower income, transitional people who, quite honestly, may be more likely to not have a car, have a scooter, have a bike, or not have any vehicle. Thank you.
Wasn't a question with that. We'll just take that as a comment. So, Councillor Marshall, we're back around to you.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is for when there's no further questions, but I do have a change recommendation if someone's willing to, I've forgotten the word, move it.
So we'll just finalise the questions first, and we'll see if Councillor Marshall has found a committee member to put up a change, which it does look like he has. Councillor Martin, question?
Thanks, Chair. It was just one of the issues raised in the submissions was around that it doesn't meet the housing definition for residential service, but that one of the conditions was that it would be registered with the Department of Housing and Public Works. So just seeking to confirm, is that been part of the SARA referrals, or have Department of Housing said that it does comply, or is there any risks that this wouldn't comply as that use?
Through you, Mr. Chair, through this process, the land use wasn't a trigger for the SARFA. It was only to TMR because of the proximity to the Gold Coast Highway. In reading the definition of residential services that's provided on the Department of Housing website, it does have some criteria, including the meal service component of the development. The applicant has proposed that they will register it as a residential service, so we've conditioned that. So that's prior to commencement of use.
Okay. Councillor Doran, I believe you have are prepared to put up a change recommendation Councillor Marshall would like explored.
It has been provided to me by Councillor Marshall. I've provided the Chamber support, which they have, and I'm happy to cede my opening and closing to Councillor Marshall, if he has a seconder.
Okay, so we've got the change recommendation up on the screen. So, are we any chance of making that bigger? I cannot read that for the life of me. Thank you.
I'll foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
Okay, yeah, I think so. That's not the full change recommendation. There's more detail. Okay, we'll just wait for the entire thing to come up on the screen. I acknowledge Councillor Young's foreshadowed button. I'll deal with that momentarily.
Yeah. 4%. 4% is the answer. 4.5.
Okay, so we better check that first because I did pick up on that as well, Councillor Young. So Councillor Marshall acknowledges this is yours, so I may as well direct the question to you. So section 1 and 2 of this report, are you referring to the officer report or are you referring to your reasons for refusal?
Just say for the following reason.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Chair, and through you. In terms of the sections, it was really just the bullet points 1, and then I'd go through part of 1 and then part of 2.
Right. So
if we just go for the following
for
reasons.
Clarity, yeah. For the following reasons?
Yep.
Yeah, councillors, I acknowledge, because I'm guessing if we scroll down, there's a little bit of detail to this. That's all of it?
No, there's not.
No, there's more.
Probably
still.
2 pages.
Keep going, please. Okay, so what we're going to do is take a 5-minute break and allow the support staff to print this, because it's really unfair when you can't read the entire thing in its entirety in one hit. So we're going to adjourn for 5 or so minutes and get this printed so that council committee members can actually have a read through it properly. So meeting adjourned. Councillors, the meeting is reopened at 10:25. I believe everyone has now been given a printed copy of the proposed change recommendation in full to have a quick read of before we get into things. Councillor Doran has indicated he's willing to move the change recommendation, and Councillor Martin has indicated he wishes to second. Councillor Young has foreshadowed the officer recommendation. So for now, we have a live amended change recommendation on the floor.
I'll withdraw that foreshadowing.
Understood.
Chair,
Councillor Young.
We hadn't had the reasons presented, and I thought it was just a simple one paragraph refusal.
Understood. So Councillor Young has withdrawn the foreshadowed. Councillor Doran, happy to move to you, acknowledging, and what I'm going to do here, councillors, since he is doing this on behalf of Councillor Marshall, if he wishes to defer to Councillor Marshall to open debate, I'm going to allow Councillor Doran the opportunity to speak in general debate. So Councillor Doran, over to you. Councillor Doran defers to Councillor Marshall to open debate. Councillor Marshall, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Look, councillors, I want to be really clear that, and I don't want it to be written about me, that I don't care for people that are living in social housing and that I am somehow sort of cold-hearted. I'm certainly not arguing against the code accessible land use, but what my, I guess, seeking refusal is around two main, I think, fails in terms of the application in terms of planning. One is almost certainly the height and the built form, and the other relates to transport and I guess more particular to parking. So I'll speak to the height first. Look, this development seeks to build 9 stories at a height of 31.7 metres. The code accessible build for this site, a mixed-use site, is 9.5 metres to 2 stories. So we're talking 9.5 metres, 2 stories, 31 metres and 9 stories. Now, while I understand it's a mixed-use site and we're often in this chamber debating residential sites, I've also sat in here where we've had strong debate about a 50% uplift in some locations. But let's be clear, this is a 300% uplift. And I know that the mixed-use site doesn't have the 50% cap, I acknowledge that, but from a local resident perspective, a 300% increase is a marked change to the character and I guess the feel of that area. We have heard from officers and that felt the height was, and it's written in the report that they even stated that the height was greater than anticipated and that it would be a stark contrast to the 2-storey suburban houses in that surrounding area. The officers also made comment that it was anticipated that along the Gold Coast Highway corridor, medium-rise development was anticipated. Now, I don't doubt that. I guess having spoken to all the planners and a bit of a deep dive, sometimes when we use that term corridor, there's an understanding that to be on the corridor you have to have direct access and egress to that road, or in this instance the Gold Coast Highway, and this development doesn't have that. This development sits 55 metres west of the Gold Coast Highway. It's surrounded by 3 suburban streets, and it has no direct access, like I said, to the Gold Coast Highway. The officers also did make comment that it did pose a risk to the character, or it didn't pose a risk, my apologies, to the character, and I guess that's the one that I probably object the most to, given on that western side of the Gold Coast Highway, albeit this is 55 metres west of the highway, there isn't a building above 4 stories within 1.5 kilometres. Now, I'd have to go back and double check that, but that's something that a local resident measured for me and sent me through a map. So to go north or south along the Gold Coast Highway, on the western side, there's nothing above 4 stories. We're proposing 9 in this site. I guess it should also be noted that the Queensland courts have repeatedly acknowledged that in an impact assessment, and particularly where planning schemes reference the community expectations and the surrounding character, that properly made submissions form part of the evidentiary landscape. And these are cases Bell versus Brisbane City Council, K&K Proprietary Limited versus Gold Coast, Brisbane City Council, K&K Proprietary Limited versus Gold Coast City Council. Now, these decisions support the proposition that community feedback is not just an inconvenience, that it's part of an evidence base when assessing whether a development aligns with local character. As they said, and I state, character is not an abstraction held solely by the planner. It's the visible, experiential quality of the area as understood by the people who live in that area every day. And as you would have seen from the 190 properly made submissions, how local those 190 are, they are the people living in the area, and they are the people that have cited height not being in line with their area or their local character. Look, secondly to that, I feel that there's a gross undersupply of car parking. I need to give this one context, and I wouldn't be fighting this alone on the car parking issue, but 109 apartments and a small cafe as well. The officers did, under the acceptable outcomes, go to the 9.1.4 chart and determined that one car park per dwelling was appropriate. Obviously, this developer has aggressively applied the travel demand measures and subsequently has taken that down now to 57 car parks. So that you've got some context on this, diagonally opposite this area, as you cross the highway, we've got the Nobby's Beach shops. We've recently and permanently lost 30 car parks as a result of the light rail build. We've recently also implemented, once the light rail starts, 3-hour time-restricted parking. So there is no street parking available now throughout the day in this area. Equally, we've taken away 30 car parks diagonally opposite. And ironically, at the most recent Nobby's Beach Neighbourhood Watch, I was accused, as we all were, by proxy, of being corrupt because we'd previously and historically approved dwellings with what the people feel is an undersupply of car parks, which was the 1.2 car parks per dwelling. Now, that's code compliant car parks, so there's nothing wrong with that, but it's going to be a difficult sell for me to now go back to them and say, well, I've now approved something that's half of what you thought I was corrupt for previously. So I guess in terms of the car parks, I fully acknowledge the travel demand measures are in place and have been done with a view, because they can be, to reduce what's required. I guess the reason why I asked the questions around the land use, though, is I think it's a big ask to expect that somebody who's seeking social housing is simply someone that doesn't own a car. We know that we don't have available street parking. We now have an undersupply of 52 car parks in this building. And it was my understanding that these aren't necessarily people that are homeless in a tent. It was actually described to me very early on when this first came to my desk almost a year ago now, that the people that would be seeking housing in this area may very well be the people who have a full-time job but are living currently in their car. So we know they're coming with a car. So I think it's quite naive to think that these suddenly people who are accessing social housing don't have a car. What we do know, but is that our performance outcome number 1 for the transport code directly quotes that we should be making decisions to reduce the dependency on a private vehicle. My argument in this instance is that in short-term, temporary, transitional housing, where this person is being temporarily placed in this location until they can find something more permanent, they're not going to do away with their car. They're not going to change their fundamental beliefs around owning a car. I would struggle to argue against if this was a permanent accommodation. I would struggle to argue if this was long-term rental, where somebody could move in, they could learn to no longer need their car because they have light rail access. This is short-term transitional care or transitional housing until they can find something more permanent. I don't think that meets the demands. I feel that the 52 undersupply of car parks, we are actually encouraging those 52 people to drive to work because they can't park where they live. They can't park now on the street because of the time-restricted parking, and no amount of 50-cent light rail fares will equate to a $160 parking fine each day. I think this is in stark contrast to the performance outcome number 1, which states we should be looking to reduce the dependency on a private vehicle. I think this accommodation increases the dependency on a private vehicle. So, look, in short, I appreciate Councillor Doran allowing me to speak first, but I feel this development fails in terms of the height, has a direct impact on the neighbourhood amenity, isn't in context with the local area, and doesn't provide enough car parks for the use and for the people who are going to use this facility.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Patterson. Thank you. Is there a speaker against the motion? In that case, I'm going to speak against the change recommendation briefly. So I've taken a few notes and a few points from Councillor Marshall's change recommendation and what he just said in his opening, but acknowledge that we had limited time to see this, so I'll take the opportunity before full council, if needed, to consider it further. But my main takeaways is that I appreciate the commentary around the mixed use zone, but the officer report fairly clearly outlines that there isn't a height limit in the mixed use zone, so we don't have a building height overlay map. But what we do have is some fairly clear guidance that it talks to a mid-rise tower form, which is where the 32 metres element has come from. I think it's well acknowledged that's not brilliant drafting in our planning scheme, is something to tighten up in the new one, but I don't have a concern with the height that is proposed here, because I believe that if you follow the current city plan up through the framework, that it is positioned to get us to that height. I disagree with Councillor Marshall on the proximity to the Gold Coast Highway. With respect, 55 metres with direct footpath access is closer than several things that we have approved with the Gold Coast Highway corridor mentioned. There is nothing in our current city plan that says that it has to be immediately adjacent to the Gold Coast Highway corridor. In fact, especially through stages 1 and 2 of where light rail is, we specifically call out that it is within a distance of the corridor, and especially a distance of light rail stations, which I acknowledge this one would have direct footpath access to 2 light rail stations alongside the corridor. The references to character, as we have heard time and time again, character is not just about existing character, it is about future character. And while I'm reading through the submissions, I think most of the focus has been on the existing character. What has been missed is the acknowledgement that even under the current height and zoning provisions that cover this part of the city, it is envisaged that there will be more tower form in the future. What heights they will be would be determined upon if people use the 50% uplift in the medium density zone. What happens in the neighbourhood zone could be different too. So while I'll take your word that it is 1.4 kilometres for anything this height, I think that's existing and there hasn't been enough focus put on future intent. Which to my next point, so Councillor Marshall references a little bit of legal framework on some court decisions. I'd say to Councillor Marshall that you would find just as many court decisions, in fact a lot more judgments, that make the point of judges saying that councils and assessment officers need to rely more heavily upon the city plan of the future intent of an area. We have had a lot of judgments made, especially where the 50% uplift has been around, that's given clear guidance from the courts that we're to use the planning scheme as what the city's intent and the future intent for an area is. So respectfully, I think you've picked some planning court jargon there that suits the argument, but there's actually a lot more court cases that would say that we need to have more of a point towards the future intent of an area. The only area that I do agree with you in and think that it would have been the strongest grounds to review is around car parking. If this was a refusal motion that was purely based on the car parking, because I believe it's the only area that we could possibly have a position to defend at appeal on, I'd be more open to supporting it. I do believe that it is a fair push that while technically it can be assessed to have met the car parking provisions in the scheme, I think as Councillor Toge and a couple others pointed out, there's a lot of motorcycles proposed in this. I would have preferred something closer to what was proposed around the purpose-built student accommodation, where it's just a real acknowledgement and a lot more data around why it's not needed and a possible just more car share as part of it. Like I said, if it was a refusal recommendation that was purely based on car parking, which is the only area I have a major concern with and the only area I personally believe we'd have a legal position to stand upon, I'd be more open to supporting it. I'm going to leave it at that, except to say that I think this is Councillor Marshall's first time coming to Planning Committee with a change recommendation. You've done a hell of a job, so really well done to you on representing your community and your community's concerns in this matter, and we look forward to more of that in the future from you. Speaker for the motion. That was a dead shoot-off, so I'll let Councillor Gates and Councillor Martin duke it out of who's going to go. Councillor Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think one of the key elements, and I won't go through them all, I know we're on a big planning committee today, but height is a key concern, and it always is, especially when you talk about community character and impact on character. My view is that this will present as a high rise. I don't agree with the officer assessment. There's a technical argument, I admit, around that it's not 32 metres, but it's 31.7 metres. At the very upper end of the metres, but probably more so what troubles me is, we've obviously got an item next in our planning agenda where, just around consistency, where there's officer definitions of, and I'll quote here, a building exceeding 9 to 32 metres above ground level is a high rise, medium rise, intent for 3 to 8 stories, whereas a high rise is a building exceeding 32 metres, intent for above 8 stories. So I think we're in this definition where we're talking about stories and metres, but up to 8 stories, mid-rise, 9 beyond, high-rise. And I think, we could argue about those 700 mil or that 1 story, but I think this will very closely present as a high-rise. And I think if we look at the medium-density residential zone to the north, there are 2 mapped heights. You've got the 9 metre, which with the 50% uplift takes it to 13.5, or the higher end of the medium-density zone is a 15 metre, which takes it to 22.5. So that's really the height. That is the 50% limit with the uplift to the north. I acknowledge that the mixed-use zone is not mapped, but I think what I missed here was the character analysis of similar buildings in the area to make sure that it would sit comfortably, and that wasn't present because I acknowledge this is an outlier, and I think that it has the potential to start then setting an undesirable pattern for all of that mixed-use zone to the south. So, I think the setbacks, the site cover, the car parking, they're all quite aggressive, and I acknowledge there's merit in pushing the boundaries on that island site, but I think couple that with the 300% uplift that Councillor Marshall referenced, I think is really troublesome, especially when I consider the weight of the community objections, 198 objections of your local community. I think whilst it'd be, understand there'd be merit for a taller building than perhaps the medium density residential zone, the significance of this, I think, warrants the refusal.
Speaker against the motion. Councillor Doran, you wishing to close or going to defer? Councillor Doran defers to Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the comments earlier. Look, I probably won't add too much more to say that, look, from my perspective, it is the 2 major areas, the height and built form, as well as the transport or lack of parking, and I appreciate the Chair's comments. My only issue, I guess, to counter that is that it will be an abrupt, incompatible transition to the low density, and that the mixed-use zone code requires sensitive transition and consistency with the surrounding built form. And I don't believe that in a built form where there isn't any sort of general height that going to 9 levels and 31 metres does that. I will also acknowledge that the undersupply of car parking is, as the Chair said, one of the biggest issues, and so I would really hope that my colleagues can see this the same way that I do.
Debate is closed. We'll take the vote on the change recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Change recommendation is carried. Councillors, if I could seek your indulgence quickly, we are going to struggle to get through all of our items today. Could I see if there is anyone, just so I can let officers go, is there anyone that has a concern if we look to defer items 6.4 and 6.5 to the next committee? Yeah. Just so we can let those officers go, because I think we're going to struggle to get through the rest of the items, and I think they're the 2 low-lying fruit to move on. So, okay, so while we will do that formally when we get to it, for officers in the gallery that are here for 6.4 and 6.5, we'll be deferring those. We thank you for your time. That takes us to 6.3. No, to the next planning committee. We'll do a proper deferral and vote on it when we come to the items. So we'll deal with 6.3 first, and then we'll do the deferral, just in case Palm Beach only takes 30 seconds. Nothing there, Councillor Martin? Not going to bite? No? No? Not a... No? We welcome Roger and officers. We'll take the presentation on this DA in Palm Beach.
Through the Chair, this is an other change application to a development permit for a material change of use for multiple dwellings and short-term accommodation. The site is located at 1045 and 1051 Gold Coast Highway, Palm Beach, and the application is impact accessible. The site benefits from an approval for a 29-metre high apartment building with 2 basement levels and ground floor communal facilities. These next few slides show the visual comparison between the approval on the left, the code DA outcome, and the proposed other change. The proposed other change involves an increase to the building height from 29 metres to 43.5 metres, and an increase to the density from 47 dwellings to 58 dwellings. The change triggers impact assessment due to the height exceeding the 29-metre code assessable height. The subject site has street frontages to the Gold Coast Highway and Jefferson Lane. It is located in an area between 4th Avenue and Palm Beach Avenue and gains vehicle access from Jefferson Lane. The previous mixed-use development that occupied the site has now been demolished to make way for the approved apartment building. The site is located within the medium-density residential zone in an area east of the Palm Beach District Centre. It is well located in proximity to public transport, employment, social facilities, community facilities, and amenity features. These drawings provide a perspective of the proposed development from Jefferson Lane and the Gold Coast Highway. As demonstrated, the built form is articulated, modulated, detailed, and visually interesting. This is a section through the building that shows the 29-metre code accessible height noted in red and the proposed additional building height above the red line. The key consideration for the proposed other change application is building height, and an assessment has been undertaken against the requirements of section 33219 of the strategic framework, and the development is found to comply as detailed in the officer's report. The subject site is in an area experiencing significant urban change. The area includes a mix of low-rise houses, mid-rise and high-rise apartment buildings. Multiple nearby developments have been constructed or approved, some exceeding the code accessible building height. A detailed character analysis was conducted by officers. The analysis includes this particular figure that demonstrates 2 character areas. The yellow box is the wider analysis area and the blue box is the immediate character area. The figure highlights buildings approved above and below 29 metres in proximity to the subject site. It is evident that medium and high-rise developments are increasing along the Gold Coast Highway and Palm Beach. This is due to proximity to public transport, commercial hubs, and the established infrastructure supporting higher densities. Officers conclude that the proposed development does align with nearby approved apartment buildings, and that the development is consistent with the planned character and strategic intent for the area. This is a viewpoint of the proposed development from the Gold Coast Highway facing south, east and east. And this is a viewpoint from the Gold Coast Highway facing northeast. From this perspective, we see the recessive appearance of the proposed upper stories. And these perspectives show the development from Jefferson Lane, and these drawings show the undulating balconies, the landscape edges close to the ground, and the timber look soffit at the top level, which assists to mitigate the perception of building height by breaking down the form into a base, a middle, and a top. During the course of the application, the applicant worked with council officers to provide amended drawings, demonstrating changes to the elevations and landscaping. The changes are shown on these next few slides. The changes were focused on demonstrating compliance with the uplift criteria. This figure demonstrates the inclusion of a timber look soffit at the top levels of the building, which is a subtle change but acts to alter the architectural language to provide a lighter appearance to this component and cap the building. The changes also include sufficient basement set-down areas to maintain the approved tree planting outcome to the Gold Coast Highway. This figure demonstrates again a timber look soffit at the top level to cap the building. It also shows the fencing that was formerly proposed to Jefferson Lane has been removed and the height of the retaining wall has been reduced. This improves the landscaping presence to Jefferson Lane. The deep planting zone along Jefferson Lane has also been consolidated to ensure sufficient soil volume is maintained to this perspective. This figure just highlights a reduction to the length of the solid fluted wall panels and the extent of the slab edge to the southern facade. It's also changed to the northern facade at that location. In response to public notification, 13 properly made submissions were received. The primary issues identified relate to non-compliance with the Strategic Framework's building height uplift test and potential impacts on amenity. These matters are examined in detail within the officer's report, which concludes that the development addresses these matters and demonstrates compliance with the assessment benchmarks. It's considered that the development on its merits satisfies the criteria specified in the strategic framework, and that therefore the development is recommended for approval subject to conditions. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to councillors for questions of officers. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I just had a question about Jefferson Lane and the footpath solution. Is the current footpath, is there a footpath on Jefferson Lane, and which side of the road is it? Is it on this development side or the other side?
Through the Chair, there is no footpath on Jefferson Lane.
Okay, thank you.
So is there a second part of that question, Councillor Fowler, about a future footpath?
Should we be looking at, is there a way of doing a footpath provision down Jefferson Lane?
Councillor Fowler, we've definitely, as part of previous approvals on the other side of Jefferson Lane, have taken strips of land out the front for a future footpath.
On the other side, is it? Okay. Yeah.
And that section of Jefferson Lane, I think, was in the recent overlay amendments as well, to specifically make sure we can capture that additional land in the future for a footpath on the other side of Jefferson Lane.
Okay. Well, as long as there's thought being put into a footpath down one side of Jefferson Lane, I think that's a good thing. Yeah.
Councillor Young, questions?
Thank you. Do you mind going back to your slide 10, please? So can you point out for me the difference between the other change and the initial approval, please, for either of those images?
Through the Chair, these images only show the other change.
Sorry, and so
Yep.
what was the original approval on this? Can you point out where the original height was?
So the original height went to the code height of 29 metres, and the proposed other change is proposing a height of 43.5 metres.
Did you? So I think you had a better slide that shows it, didn't we?
Right. Thanks, Chair.
Did you have any questions, Councillor Young, or just wanted that slide up?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Oh, there was also mention in the later slide about changes to the street frontage. You talked about walls and deep planting and not that. Keep going. Keep going. That.
Right.
Can you explain the differences again? You were keen to point it out. No, I can only see a couple of palm trees there. That makes a difference.
So through the Chair, at the ground level, the changes include the fencing formerly proposed to Jefferson has been removed and the height of the retaining wall has been reduced.
Which fencing? Sorry.
So on the left, there is actually fencing along the frontage there between the pedestrian entrances.
Right.
And then on the right, that's been removed.
Has it?
So we can appreciate the landscaping to that perspective.
Really hard for me to detect any difference there. I mean, it's the same person, the same columns.
The other thing that was amended through you, Mr. Chair, was the deep planting zone along this area was consolidated.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Councillor Martin, you're up.
Thanks, Chair. If you could go back to the slide with the code and the other change, and I'm just seeking to confirm, so, because I think there was a couple of steps along the way, there was a code application, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, a minor change in between, and now the other change, which is seeking the uplift. So there's a code DA on the left after the minor change or before the minor change?
Through the Chair, the code DA on the left, that's been pulled from the code approval, but the minor change didn't affect the these particular facades.
And so, correct, just seeking to confirm, so the change, so the code DA that we see on screen, the crux of the minor change, if it wasn't the kind of change of the facade of the building, is it correct in that there was increase of basement parking in the minor change and improvements to landscaping? Or was there any other changes?
Through the Chair, that's correct. Those were the changes, and they are mentioned in the officer's report on page 200. So the change, which was approved in August of this year, occurred during the assessment of the other change application, and the change included the expansion of the basement levels 1 and 2 towards the western boundary, increasing the floor space to allow for the additional car parks, but it also changed the landscape outcome to Jefferson Lane, which is what I mentioned before, which removed the height of the retaining walls and consolidated the soil volume to Jefferson Lane.
So would that be, so with a code building that has been approved, has AO car parking, so we had a minor change that increased parking from 9 car parks and increased landscaping outcomes was the crux of the minor change. Just, it's to me unusual, no other changes to the building format. Yeah, okay. To Councillor Fowler's question about Jefferson Lane too, I had some concerns around, obviously, as developments are conditioned to have entries onto the Jefferson Lane, increased dwellings, both pedestrians and vehicles. Just wondering if officers were able to assess, given there are no current footpaths, just that safety has been considered, and how were numbers and increased demand in that roadway considered for this uplift?
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you referring to the current safety standard of Jefferson Lane and the fact that we've got a few more units now as part of this proposal having an impact on safety?
Yeah, probably exercising uplifts that are increased density. Exactly as you mentioned around safety and use of Jefferson Lane.
So we have some road widening requirements, as you mentioned, and I think this site already has those provisions accommodated for. It's reduced relative to some of the other buildings on either side. So there is provision for some sort of road widening along Jefferson Lane, and this development will accommodate for that road widening. That's really the key provision in terms of pedestrian safety. In terms of trying to improve the situation there, we acknowledge that it's a bit of a shared use zone at the moment, but we're doing what we can to make sure that when we get all of that land, or as much of that land as we can, that there is an ability for some sort of improved safety outcome.
Thank you. Chair, just on the uplift provisions of 3.3.2.1, we talk about, obviously, there's the item around there's a maximum 50% uplift of the height may occur in limited circumstances. Now we've talked about limited being ability to meet the test, not limited. But I just wonder how officers consider. Obviously, last planning committee, we had the neighbouring site, which was maximum uplift. This is the neighbouring site, maximum uplift. I'm just seeking. Yeah, is this intended by this uplift if perhaps all of these along this row are seeking uplift? Are we fulfilling our exercising of the uplift? Should we be determining limited if developers are applying?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand the intent of the question in terms of to what extent is this limited if additional developers continue to apply for an uplift test provision. And you rightly said, Councillor Martin, that the test is limited in itself in terms of those applications that are able to meet all the provisions required of the uplift test provision. The city plan doesn't really operate on a first in, first served basis. If a adjoining or a neighbouring development site applies for the uplift test provisions, there's nothing in the scheme that prevents another development nearby to that from also applying for the uplift test provisions. We'd probably be in court quite a lot if that was sort of the case and how officers interpreted those provisions. So to me, it is the fact that it is limited in circumstance by virtue of those that choose to go through that process. We still receive code assessable applications in Palm Beach. I've still got a couple of code towers that the officers are assessing at the moment. So I can't tell you what all the other developers will do in the future, but we're still currently getting a mix of code and impact DAs.
Can I, if I could, so I'm acutely aware of officers' previous responses to the limited circumstances report, which is, it's not a number, it's that it's limited to meeting all those criteria. Could I just seek, and you may not be the answer to this, but have we ever had that tested in court? Like, has that been raised in any of the 50% uplift cases where we've actually got some case law to back up that position?
Mr. Chair, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to check that. Councillor Gates, were you looking to clarify something on that response?
Well, yes, I was through you, Chair. It was simply how can we say we're definitely providing a varied, ordered and interesting local skyline if the property next door has the uplift, and if we continue to provide uplift along Jefferson Lane, they'll all be the same height. So how does it meet that criteria, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, ordered and varied skyline, it helps with with height, adjustments and height, but it's also a building form and typology as well. This is a large site and a large building. The site to the south is a much smaller building, so you do get variations and through changes in actual building form. Yes, this site is the same height as the one to the north, that is correct, but there are very, very limited full uplift applications we've received under the city plan comparatively in relation to code assessable outcomes. So you are actually getting a variation in height throughout Palm Beach. And as Adam said, it's not a case of just looking at the site next door. We have to look at it in the entirety of that character context.
Councillor Martin, back to you.
Thanks, Chair. I just have two more questions. Just interested in a key concern the community raises around short-term accommodation, and obviously a lot of the uplift is predicated on housing need and housing supply, yet this is zoned for short-term. So just seeking to understand officers' view on perhaps that assessment of short-term and whether it should apply.
Through the Chair, there is a provision in our officer's report today that talks to the short-term accommodation. It's on page 227 in relation to section 3.5.4.1 brackets 4 of the framework. But essentially what it says is our short-term accommodation is predominantly to occur on the eastern side of the Gold Coast Highway, from Labrador all the way down to Coolangatta, and it also includes a various list of suburbs through there where it specifically lists some suburbs that might enjoy a less intensive tourist environment, and Palm Beach is listed as one of those. So the land use is a code accessible land use because of its location to the east of the Gold Coast Highway. It is in that coastal tourism strip, and this proposal is for a mix, or either can be used for short-term accommodation and or permanent residential accommodation. So a contemplated position and location for short-term accom, but also depending on who the future buyers are, they could potentially use it for permanent residential.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying. My last question just was, and I noted in the report, I've lost the number now, but I'm sure you remember, is just around character and the weighting. I think there was a comment around that the greater weight of character should be given to future or planned rather than the existing built form or the existing community. And I'm just wondering, like, totally acknowledge that obviously a future needs to be considered, but just wondering if you could provide any more clarity or colour around the greater weight of future rather than those residents that are lodging submissions in the community.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Look, it's an evaluative process. I think every area, every site will have a completely different context to that, Councillor Martin. I think in Palm Beach, in our character area that we use, it's obviously going through a massive transition, massive change, and I'd argue that the planned character has, in terms of weighting, is extremely important to that. There may well be areas of the city that hasn't had any form of growth or development, and I think we would have some regard to existing context for that. So in answer to your question, I think it's very much character site specific, and we're unable to give you any definitive weighting regime that we use.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Questions for officers? Councillor Doran.
Just in relation to what could be fully short-term hotel accommodation on the eastern side, would that make this building a trailblazer in the area, or will that mean that it's been done before? She missed it.
Yeah, I recognise that straight over the top. That one has gone straight through to the keeper, Councillor Doran. Officers are trying to work out what the hell's going on. So, but is anyone able to answer that of our knowledge of, has there been another approval on the eastern side of Gold Coast Highway in this part of Palm Beach that's been fully short-term accommodation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not to our specific knowledge.
That's all right. It is a trailblazer. Any other further questions for officers? Please.
Can I just clarify, short-term accommodation, am I right in that it's not hotel though? That's specifically precluded. It's not a check-in. It's more of your Airbnb style.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I'm happy to move the item and would seek a seconder. Councillor O'Neill, thank you. Now, Councillor Martin, did you have an amendment at all?
I do, Chair, and I have sent it through to Chamber Support, which was an amendment of conditions.
Yep. So I'm happy to accept that amendment to the officer recommendation, which is in regards to the undergrounding of power lines. That's okay. Okay. Councillor, so the change to the conditions is in red, which would be form part of the conditions package if successful going through committee and council. I think it does, as Councillor Martin sought to do on the previous approval next door, was to get a benefit out of seeing power lines undergrounded as part of a long-term plan to get everything underground that we can through that area. So I'm happy to include that in the recommendation I'm moving. I'm going to talk to the item in general very briefly, just to acknowledge that this is actually a bigger site than the site that we saw approved through the last round. It would, looking at the map, possibly be one of the largest sites in Palm Beach. It's nice to see a building that has respected that by still ensuring that there's fairly large setbacks the whole way around, and that opportunity to get a lot of articulation in the building as well, that we don't end up with two very big boxes next to each other. They're not two squares. They've got good articulation next to each other. They complement each other in terms of that separation between them. Means there's a lot of landscaping around, and I did pay attention in the information requests to pulling some of that deep planting together to get a better outcome, so that as the developments roll through, especially the Gold Coast Highway side, that instead of small pockets of deep planting on each site, there's actually some grouping of that deep planting together. It's a big site. It's in a great location. I can fully understand why they've sought the short-term accommodation as part of it. That is to be determined in the future if any of it ends up short-term accommodation, or if it all ends up as permanent residential, or if it ends up as a mix. We see that flexibility occurring in a lot of other parts of the city, especially down the Coolangatta stretch of the city. So not surprised on this big site they'd be seeking that. Thank the officers for their assessment on this one, and I'm happy to support the officer recommendation with Councillor Martin's amendment. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, I just want to thank officers and councillors for obviously probing in questions and challenging some of these DAs, and really it comes down to, I've got an area that's experiencing rapid growth, and the challenge is that the current character, or the most built form, is 2 to 3 stories at best. We've got a city plan from 2016 that has a code accessible height of 29 metres with the 50% uplift. I think what I see today, I understand the technical merits of the 50% uplift, but I don't think that this is what was intended by the 50% uplift, where we saw a building that largely had the same great, there was positives of its articulation, its landscaping, and recesses, but largely the other change with the uplift is added stories to the top, and no other elements were changed, no setbacks or site cover or open space. It's just the density increases and the additional height. And I don't believe that was intended by the 50% uplift. Nonetheless, it's in the scheme. And that additional height is a core impact to the community. And, what I hope for the future city plan is, if we're going up, that building gets better in terms of lessening, softens, balances the impact of additional height through a reduction or other significantly improved elements. Just the other element of this application, and again, it's in the Planning Act, but I can't help but feel the way this application came through as a code 9-storey. A minor change to add an excess of 9 car parks and better landscaping, a demolition that occurred so building could start, and then we see another change that is required for those additional 9 stories. So acknowledge it's permitted, but I think I can't help but feel that tactic is being utilised to secure those outcomes. And I think then when we are assessing another change, if construction is already underway, it's very difficult for officers to condition changes because construction is already underway. So I do want to acknowledge, thank you for seeking to assist getting the power lines underground. I think that is a community benefit, especially when we achieve a bank of 3. And I think some of the improvements that officers have achieved to, at those upper levels, albeit I don't support it in terms of the local character, the sophites and the reduction of the fences to Jefferson Lane are appreciated. So I won't be supporting Chair, and those are my reasons.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. Again, can I acknowledge Councillor Martin's concerns? And it is annoying when applicants come back with another change to add extra height, and that's happened a lot in my division, so I'm aware of that. I actually welcome the element of short-term accommodation, because there are people who want to visit their relatives in Palm Beach, there's people who want to visit the beach, and it's a little bit of an added extra to your commercial area across the road as well, Councillor Martin. So I really think that they've done the uplift quite well, quite sensitive, and I think it's great that we're now going to have 2 blocks now of underground power in Palm Beach, and I hope that's a precedent set for any other applications that come forward. So I'm happy to support this today.
Speaker against the motion. I'll close debate. As is more regularly occurring now, and I very much support it happening, we're seeing discussion when we're debating individual items in different suburbs where there's a tinge of talking about the new planning scheme regularly coming through, and I have no problem with that. In fact, I kind of support it going on. I think what we have here is a really good example of what Councillor Martin calls out, what was the intent with the 50% uplift that was introduced over a decade ago. I know Councillor Gates would say it was about having a break on heights, that it actually gave a flat ceiling of heights, and that the series of revisions, while everyone acknowledges they were subjective, it actually it gave a height cap, and it gave a set of provisions to see you hit that height cap. So I don't know if it was, I actually think it's exactly what the intent was, is what we're seeing here today, is it set a cap, because on this bigger site, if there wasn't that there, it could definitely take more than this. So it has succeeded in keeping it at that maximum height in this area. I continue, and I think it's an interesting one that we have to grapple with in this scheme and the new scheme. So when you talk about impact on the community, of what the impact of this additional height is, of how that's demonstrated and what that impact is, so that it brings more cars into that area. I can see that as an impact. It brings shadow, that's a real impact to have concern with, but I would encourage councillors and encourage the community that motherhood statements like impact on an area need to be backed up with a little bit more detail of what that impact is. That's difficult, because when you're talking to different residents about their part of the city and what they see as the character of what that impact is, trying to tease that out in their own words is important, because this is going to be a consideration in the new scheme as well. There will be areas in the coast where there is discussion to be had about increased heights or increased densities, and the community is going to say, we don't like the impact of that. We're going to have to get into a much more in-depth conversation of what that impact really is. I think the other part of it, that if we're talking new planning scheme and connecting to this site, is how do we use the new planning scheme to incentivise development like this on big sites? So while I know the tone of Councillor Martin's contribution was probably seeing less of it, I'm more inclined the other way, that I'd actually prefer to see big sites like this that can take this many dwellings, can easily fit the car parking. How do we incentivise that and make sure it happens on those sites, and allow us to be more prescriptive in it not happening on smaller sites? That is the balance I would be looking for, and that is, if it happens on these big sites, we see efficient use of that land where we can fit a lot more dwellings, and it can be done with appropriate car parking, appropriate setbacks, and I believe balanced impacts on the community. That allows us to be more prescriptive in saying no to things like this occurring on smaller sites and locations that have a much greater negative impact. Again, I have no issue at all supporting this one today. This is a large site. It can efficiently accommodate this many dwellings with this much car parking while providing generous and interesting setbacks. It has significant landscaping around it. I can understand through the officer assessment how they've come to the conclusion that it meets all of the criteria of the uplift test. And for those reasons, I would encourage committee members to support the recommendation with the adjustment to the undergrounding of power lines and street lighting upgrades. Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Division is called. In favour, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor O'Neill. Against, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran. The motion is carried. We'll move on. So we will do the procedural motion now for 6.4 and 6.5 to defer those to the January Planning Committee. So if we could allow our chamber support staff a moment to catch up and they'll bring that procedural motion up. I'm happy to move the procedural motion. Councillor Gates is happy to second. All those in favour? Against? Motion is carried, and those two items we look forward to dealing with in January. Councillors, that takes us to item 6.6. We welcome Grant and Luke and Matt into the room. Do we have a short presentation on this one? Okay.
Thank you, through the chair. Councillors, at the 859th council meeting, the road safety team presented an update on personal mobility device and e-bikes on the Gold Coast, including the Queensland road rules, Queensland health statistics and more. Two recommendations from that committee are being presented today. One is around examining the city's current local laws that relate to the regulation of PMDs and e-bikes, and the second is to present some policy options for council consideration regarding the use of these devices in council-controlled places. Very briefly, to get started, councillors, we just wanted to reflect on what these devices are and what they are under legislation. A PMD, or a personal mobility device, is an e-scooter, e-skateboard, e-cycle or a Segway. Under Section 15A of the Queensland Road Rules, there are specific specifications for these devices, including having a maximum weight of 60 kilos, being used by one person only, being powered by an electric motor, having one wheel or more, and having specific size dimensions. These devices are legal to own and operate if they do comply with those specifications. And a PMD is not specifically called out in our local laws. An electric bike or an e-bike is a bike that has pedals as a primary power source to get up hills, to assist when you start riding, or to ride against the wind. Like PMDs, an e-bike does have specific specifications defined under the Queensland Road Rules, Section 353B, and that they are along the lines of being primarily pedal-powered, having a maximum continuous power output of 250 watts, a motor output that progressively reduces speed as speed increases above 6 kilometres per hour or cuts off when the motor reaches 25 kilometres per hour, or when someone's pedalling the device at a speed above 6 kilometres per hour. E-bikes, again, are legal to own and operate if they in Queensland if they comply with the section of the Queensland Road Rules, unless signed. E-bikes are defined in the city's local laws under Local Law 9, Parks and Reserves, and Local Law 11, Roads and Malls, as a power-assisted cycle, and the definition for this is a bicycle to which a power source is attached. Just to reference, that would include any legal or illegal device under our current definition in the local laws. We're of the understanding that that definition was created several years ago before these devices were used holistically, when we were seeing people riding bicycles with motors attached to them to get around the city. Illegal devices are e-bikes basically that do not meet the specifications under the Queensland Road Rules. So they can be throttle powered and go faster than 25 kilometres per hour, have specific motor power ratings above 250 watts, or be completely throttle powered. The Queensland Government considers these illegal motorcycles and are banned from public spaces. So, councillors, we worked with some internal partners to complete a review of our current local laws. And under the local laws, there are 4 key ways we can regulate these devices in public spaces. It does vary depending on the local law, being roads, parks, bathing reserves, or council facilities. The main ways we can do that, and the strongest way, is we can prohibit these devices by a sign, a local law, or by council resolution. We can regulate if a rider interferes with the reasonable use and enjoyment of someone in the public space. If a rider rides in a way that creates a risk of personal injury or property damage, and a rider who rides in a way that is reasonably likely to injure, endanger, obstruct, inconvenience, or cause fear or excessive annoyance to another person. I would just like to highlight Table 1 in the report does define the specific provisions, and Attachment 1 defines those by each local law for each of those particular areas. And I just want to note that you would have received a memo during the week, which will be attached to the minutes, that does highlight a couple of additions to those local laws, specifically calling out where a council resolution can be created for prohibiting these devices, and also just highlighting in the subordinate local law number 10 that these devices are prohibited from our bathing reserves. Councillors, when we spoke at the last council round, or the council round where this was discussed, we did talk about what we can and can't create around these laws under the TORM, the Transport Operations Act. We have reviewed that with internal teams, and Section 66(3) of the TORM provides that a local government may make local laws with respect to the following on our roads: the regulation of the driving, leading, stopping or wheeling of vehicles or animals on a footpath, shared path, water channel or gutter; the regulation of driving of vehicles or an animal on the foreshore; and the regulation of vehicle access to a public place that is in the local government area. Section 66(4) of the TORM does define what we cannot create under the local laws, and this is aligned to driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol, driving the vehicle in a way that is dangerous, and includes things like speeding as well. As you can see in the table up there, councillors, what we can create is what we have discussed so far in our local laws. We can prohibit, and we have some regulations there around other people's safety, and we can't regulate the general road rules, is how we define those up there: speeding, riding through a red light, riding without appropriate safety gear. They are police powers, and police have those powers under the road rules.
Matt, we might pause there for a moment since we've got a couple of questions on this one. Councillor Gates and Councillor Tozer.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Could we erect signage prohibiting, and then would that require Queensland Police to enforce that signage?
Through the chair, if we were to prohibit that, that would be an offence under the local law that our officers would have to regulate, not so much the police who would regulate the road rules. So in that scenario, councillor, if we were to prohibit e-bikes or PMDs from a park, it would be on our local laws officer to manage that offence.
Well, what if we put a sign up prohibiting it on the Ocean Way, for example? Would the police be required to enforce it?
Through the chair, it's a similar scenario. So the Ocean Way is a mix of parks, roads, potentially bathing reserves in the future as well. So again, if we're prohibiting them by a sign, it's a local law offence that our officers would have to regulate. Police could still regulate some of the offences under the road rules.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a few more questions. We're going to keep it to this for now and try not to stray into the rest of Matt's presentation yet. Councillor Tozer.
Through you to Matt, I'm just interested in you've just said the city can't regulate rider age. What exactly does that mean?
Through the chair, there are some, well, actually not yet, but they will be looking at rider age moving forward into the future, but that's not something under our local laws that we can regulate. So if someone's riding a device, it's prohibited or not within that particular space, we can regulate that, not rider age. Or if you're talking broader vehicles, we can't regulate someone driving a car or another vehicle by age. It's not defined in our local law.
Right, so I'm just trying to get my head around it. Like, there isn't any rules around age in relation to local laws at all. So I'm just trying to work out, we can't regulate rider age, but I'm not sure. Does that mean that we can't issue some sort of enforcement notice to someone who's underage? Is that what you're trying to say?
Through the chair, no, I think this is defining here what we can do under the local laws in general for these devices and what we can't.
But there's a human as well as a device.
Yeah, correct.
So we can regulate the device, but these devices are operated by a human.
Human, yes.
Of variable ages.
So if a human riding these devices of any age is riding in a prohibited zone or riding in a way that's meeting some of the other local laws that we discussed before, we can regulate anybody, although and you'd see this in the report, we can issue infringements to minors, although we can't chase up that debt through SPUR.
How do we chase it up then?
We can't. And that's the challenge. Hence why our position within the city has been for some time that we don't issue infringements to minors. We generally warn or educate them if they do breach the local law. Although there is powers under the state penalties. There is powers to issue infringements. We can't chase that up through the SPUR Act.
Right. So this idea of prohibiting and regulating, part of that process is putting a sign up, and evidently part of that process, on occasion, involves a human employed by council talking to another human about what they've done wrong, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So we can issue an enforcement notice or some sort of penalty infringement notice to anyone of any age. Am I reading that correctly? But we can't follow it up if they're under 18. If they're under 18, we can't pursue them in court.
Through the chair, correct. And just to make it really clear as well, which was also written in the report, let me just find it here. So there are further challenges as minors under the age of 14 cannot be held criminally responsible for offences or for refusing to provide the details. So getting name and address is also a challenge for minors, unless the city can prove they had the capacity to know non-compliance was wrong under the immature age provisions of the criminal code. So there are significant challenges with issuing infringement and regulating minors. But as you said, we can issue an infringement, but we can't chase that up through SPUR. And anyone under the age of 14 can't be held criminally responsible for that offence.
And anyone who's under 18 doesn't have to provide their address or details.
Through the chair, often they won't carry that. We can try and compel them to do that, but they don't. If they don't give us their name and address, there's not much else we can do.
Okay.
Councillor Young, you're up next, and Councillor Fowler.
Thanks, Chair. Just stepping back a bit about the definition of the vehicles. So, whereas a legal e-bike has a limitation on the power rating of the motor, and I think maybe a speed, that doesn't apply to PMDs?
Through the chair, no, PMDs under the Tourism Act, which should be in the report there as well, doesn't necessarily talk about speed. It's more around being designed for one person only, having a maximum weight of 60 kilos, being powered by an electric motor, having one or more wheels and specific size dimensions.
But no limit on the power of that electric motor, and therefore the speed?
Through the chair, no.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, could I just get some clarity that if councils decided to put signage up on the Ocean Way or pathways, are we then saying that our local laws will not distinguish between legal and illegal PMDs? So essentially, would that mean that people doing the right thing on legal devices would be prohibited from using our public active travel networks in those places that we're...
Through the chair, correct. So, as I mentioned before, a power-assisted cycle, the definition under local law is any bicycle with a power source attached, which, speaking with our internal teams, that's legal devices and illegal devices. If we are to prohibit these devices from a public space, we are prohibiting legal devices under the Queensland Government's legislation and their direction, and illegal devices.
Very good follow-up, Councillor Fowler. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Matt. Matt, just going back to PMDs, I thought that state legislation actually restricted speed of these devices a couple of years ago to about 12 kilometres and on shared pathways.
Through the chair, just give me 1 second, it's in here. So yes, speed, sorry, got lots of notes. Through the chair, no, sorry, I don't have that handy. I have to take that on notice. I believe there are speed limits for these devices in specific spaces, but it's, again, not something that we regulate.
Yeah, because I can remember distinctly it was certainly in the media that the previous state government brought in the speed restrictions on shared pathways for PMDs, but not for e-bikes at that stage.
I think that's the nuance and difference, because Councillor Young, I think, was referring to, can the device itself be speed limited versus the introduction of regulatory speeds in areas. Councillor Fowler.
I just thought I'd add, because I do have the speed limits, if you'd like me to share those.
I found it.
So, yeah, it's 12 kilometres per hour on footpaths, shared paths, unless otherwise signed, and then 25 kilometre max speed for e-scooters, and then, yeah, fines of more than $6.60.
Through the chair, and with e-bikes, it's 25 kilometres per hour under motor assistance, otherwise speed limit of the road.
Understood. Matt, we might go back to your presentation and see if we can get through it and then take some more questions.
Thank you. Through the chair. So, councillors, now we've discussed the local laws and what we can and can't do. We just wanted to discuss some of the considerations and challenges for regulating these devices. We know the challenge that police are facing. Our officers have similar challenges. Firstly, there are challenges with the local law. Some of those provisions, for example, excessive annoyance, are very difficult to substantiate for an officer. Reasonable use and enjoyment of a space is not defined in the local law, so it's subjective and up to an officer's discretion. As we mentioned before, if we prohibit these devices, we prohibit both legal and illegal devices, which goes against the Queensland Government's position of using legal devices safely in our public spaces. City officers do not have powers to seize or impound these devices under the local law. If we were to regulate and someone was to stop using the device in a public space or to stop running it unsafely, they have aligned with the local law and the compliance effort is over. And there are challenges with the local law in terms of the offences are different for every location, which does make the Ocean Way a bit more of a challenge. There are things we can work around, but there are different provisions for different public spaces. The demographics, we've touched on. A lot of these riders are under the age of 18. It is difficult to get name and address from these offenders if they are riding these devices. And also, councillors, it's generally preferred that an officer engages with a minor if they have a parent around as well. And we've talked about some of the challenges around infringements. Pursuing, intercepting and identifying offenders, again, is a challenge. We've heard about this from the police through the media. It is difficult for our officers to stop somebody, engage with them and enforce. We would have to literally be in the park proactively and stop somebody there before we could take compliance action, which we know is a challenge. Police have a no pursuit policy at the moment, which is similar for city laws officers. We don't want to pursue because that could cause harm to the rider, the officer or other members of the public. A lack of registration is also a challenge with these vehicles. It does make some of our surveillance challenging to use, although our officers do use a safety camera network to support police. Resources and enforcement is a challenge. Reactive response to these requests is difficult. You can't respond to an individual request at a location, but we can use that data to drive proactive patrols. And proactive patrols by city laws will be quite resource intensive, just noting the scale and the size of our city and the public realm that we have. And finally, councillors, infrastructure is another potential challenge there in terms of it is costly to implement infrastructure across the city for these devices and would require some widespread change across the city. I just wanted to very briefly highlight, you're all aware of the state inquiry into e-mobility safety. The committee's report is due to the Legislative Assembly by the 30th of March next year. Once that report has been tabled, the government has 3 months to respond to any recommendations. This is looking at, the ideas raised during the inquiry include things like treating illegal e-bikes as motorcycles such that they require a licence and registration, stricter penalties on private PMD and e-bike use, licensing of PMD and e-bike riders including online safety tests, stronger penalties, expanding police powers, looking at import into Australia around these devices and illegal devices, as well as further examining the role of local government in how we play our role in this space. So, councillors, it brings us to the policy options. We looked at 4 options on how the city can get involved and regulate these devices in public spaces. The first option would be to maintain our current approach and focus on advocacy. Our current approach, councillors, we do engage and work with police on community engagement events. So our community safety team, city laws, road safety and police will go to various hotspots and sites and try and educate the community. We use our safety camera network as well. We have helped police track illegal use of these devices through some of our areas and being able to apprehend the rider. And also we can use our safety camera network to gain intelligence to help police target their efforts. And again, councillors, as we've done through the state inquiry, we continue to advocate for stronger state regulation. Regulation by police is more effective as police officers have the full powers of the road rules, under the road rules, and have the power to seize and impound devices under certain circumstances. The second option there would be to uplift the city's enforcement capability. What this would look like, councillors, is uplifting the city law's resourcing to proactively patrol and manage some of these key public spaces, which would align with the local law in terms of prohibiting devices or safety-related offences. The pros of this option would be this does provide support to police from a resourcing perspective at some particular parks and locations or public spaces, and a proactive presence may deter the use of those devices from those spaces. Some of the challenges with that option is all the challenges we've discussed for our officers to enforce this in an efficient and effective way still exist. Proactive patrols may only displace the use of these devices from a public space, a park, or the oceanway onto the road or another area. Again, we don't have powers to seize or impound these devices, and it would be quite a costly option to implement. The third option was a permit system, and looking at a permit system. Under the local laws, councillors, we can permit the use of these devices in all 4 spaces. The only thing we can't permit is a PMD on the road at this particular point with our local laws. We looked at some research from Sydney to see, Sydney did some study around how many e-bikes and PMDs are in their space, and we used that study and extrapolated it against our population volume. A rough estimate suggests at least 30,000 e-bike riders on the private e-bike owners on the Gold Coast, and 8,000 scooters. So from an approvals perspective, this will be resource intensive for our approvals officers and our city laws team to regulate. Even if people had permits, it would still be challenges in stopping offenders, identifying offenders and regulating. We don't often issue approvals to minors. We do for busking, I believe, with parents' consent, but it's not something we do holistically, so we may need to look through that a bit more in terms of how that would work. And the state inquiry is looking at licensing of these devices at a state level. So based off these reasons, we do not recommend pursuing a permit system as a viable policy option at this stage. The final policy position, councillors, is to prohibit PMD and e-bikes from specific spaces across the city. And we do have the ability to do this for most of these devices under our local law. And we can do this through signage, council resolution, or subordinate local law. Again, some of the pros and cons are similar to what we said in option 2 there. So that would make that particular public place safer, but it may displace the riders to another location or to the road if we're blocking them if we're prohibiting from a park, an oceanway, or another area. And again, prohibiting does conflict with the Queensland Government's position around using legal devices safely on our roads and pathways. Based off this, councillors, we have recommended option 1. We maintain our current approach, and we continue to advocate to state government for changes through the state inquiry, which is due by March next year. Councillors, police do have the most powers to regulate these devices. The city will continue to play a partnership role with education, with using our safety camera network, as well as advocating. And we do recommend waiting for the parliamentary inquiry to see how these devices and the safe use of these devices can be improved. Thank you.
Councillors, we'll get the recommendation up on the screen, and then we'll see if there's any further questions for Matt or Luke on this item. Questions for Matt, for Luke? Councillor Dorian's happy to move it. Seconder for the item, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Dorian, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So what officers have just told us is essentially council has very little that we can do in a practical sense to regulate or prohibit the use of illegal e-devices, which is something that they've told us when we've all no doubt asked about what can be done. They've told us privately, but we've now had it crystallised in this report. And what it does, it highlights the fact that we are very dependent on the state government's inquiry into e-motorbikes and the outcomes that they determine from that helps to get some control over the illegal use of these devices. We note that I think maybe a few of the last weekends we've seen some accidents occur with mostly kids that have been tragic. We've all seen it in our community that the illegal use of e-motorbikes, and I want to make that distinction, that's things that don't have pedals that goes more than 25 kilometres an hour or that is used for more than 25 kilometres an hour. And we see them all the time in our streets, going through our traffic lights, in our parks, on our shared paths, and it's one of the most commonly raised issues in the community. What we need to see is some sort of, in my opinion, some sort of regulation from the state government on these devices. It could be import controls, it could be registration, it could be insurance, it could be licensing and some driver training. But ultimately, I really feel for those people that use e-bikes legally, that have them that have bought them legally, that use them legally, that get bundled up in the same conversation when we talk about e-bikes. I think that the recommendation is on balance quite sensible. It maps out in this report, and I urge people who are concerned to have a read of it. It maps out in this report all of the considerations that were looked at, and some of them, like city enforcement. Well, we talked about some of the issues in place with that. I mean, we're going to have to hire a bunch of people when we don't really have the ability to get the information or catch the people anyway. Permit system's not practical. I get it, but it's not practical. And determining locations where they can and can't be used is very hard to enforce. So what we are needing, in my opinion, is we're needing some balance from the state government on the enforcement, so that they are either off the roads or they are caught more often and penalised more often, and maybe also have the ability to seize the devices that are illegal. There are some that are tripped up, with engines that are purchased overseas on normal bikes, which are obviously unsafe. I think everyone in the community shares concerns about the user safety. Sometimes we don't see the user show concern for their safety. And I think that this particular issue is one the state government has commenced work on, and I hope that they implement a few measures that can get control of these in our area. And I thank officers for their thorough review. I wish we had a silver bullet. Unfortunately, the council doesn't, and we have to accept the fact that in this instance, the state government and maybe some import controls are where this is probably going to be fixed.
Speaker against? Councillor Young, is that an against or a question?
No, I don't want to speak against it, but I'd just like to raise a concern. Thanks, Chairman. I wonder if we should be advocating for the LGAQ to take a strong stance in regard to PMDs and e-bikes, because it's unrealistic for 77 councils across Queensland to implement their own set of rules to try to manage this very unsafe circumstance. And I just think maybe perhaps the mover would look at including some kind of representation or agitation with the LGAQ for them to make a strong submission in regard to this current state review.
What say you, Councillor Doran?
I don't have any problem with that, because I would just ask a question. Are we aware of any advocacy at the moment from the LGAQ with regards to this? Because there has been an inquiry.
Through the chair, I believe a separate council, and forgive me because I can't recall the exact council that did raise something at LGAQ. I'm not currently aware of the status of that advocacy, but I know it was raised.
So we might look, we'll take it as an action if you could confirm that there was a policy debate at LGAQ, and if there is a motion with LGAQ at the moment, if we can confirm that before full council, and if there wasn't, we can look to make an amendment at full council. Happy with that? Happy with that, Councillor Young?
Yes, although AI tells me that LGAQ works with the state government to assist councils in developing housing plans. This is how they're dealing with e-bikes and so forth, to address housing challenges. The LGAQ is involved in discussions with the government on other issues, including the need for more consistent safety rules and enforcement for PMDs. The government has worked with the LGAQ to develop safety plans and campaigns.
So Councillor Young, we thank AI for the input. I have a recollection in amongst the 130 things debated at the conference that there was one, if not two, on this particular issue. So if Luke can confirm that, and then we'll just check. And it may be that we amended at full council that the mayor write to the LGAQ just confirming our position on this. That's fine. Speaker against the motion, or is there anyone else wishes to raise a possible amendment or tell me what else AI says on the matter?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge council officers who've been dealing with this issue for a long time, and our safety crew that have been actually down on shared pathways with QPS trying to educate, and we will continue to do that. It's been very frustrating that it's taken this long for a parliamentary inquiry. I wrote to both the Premier and Transport Minister and also our local member some 12 months ago when I had two incidents incidents at Tugun where 4-year-olds were hurt by e-bikes. So it's long overdue, and I can't wait for March, and I hope that they come up with some, workable laws and legislation that will assist us in making sure that people still use our shared pathways on legal e-bikes, but they're going the proper and appropriate speed to be amongst pedestrians. Thanks.
So we've gone into a bit of free-for-all because it definitely wasn't an against. So I'm going to allow general input then. So Councillor Fowler and Councillor Tozer have both indicated they wish to contribute. I'm happy to. We've got a little bit of time, so please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I just think from my perspective, the power to make real impact and change sits with the state government on this issue and Queensland Police Service. We've got a parliamentary inquiry that's underway. It will be delivered, recommendations in March, and, by mid next year, we'll hopefully have some really strong changes that are going to make a real difference. And I just think that the state inquiry really is the right forum for the issue. If we moved ahead with anything different today, I just think we could have ended up with conflicting rules and wasting resources. But, Chair, I just want to make the point, recently we had a young girl just on the weekend in Oxenford also critically injured. And these kids are not spending $10,000 themselves on these illegal devices. So while we're waiting for this parliamentary inquiry, parents need to take responsibility for providing these illegal devices to their children, and secondly, allowing them to ride them unsupervised and illegally in our communities. So that needs to stay on the parents, and I'm hopeful that the state government have some real change that we can actually see get these off our streets.
Strong and very realistic words from Councillor Fowler. Councillor Tozer?
I actually had a question. I know that we're in debate, but my question relates to the local law's capacity to regulate not the operation of a bicycle, but an electric motor. Is it possible to regulate the use of certain devices in a park?
Through the chair, are you talking the specifications around a motor and the difference between a legal and an illegal device?
Well, I suppose I've got lots of parks. I've got 313 or 318 parks or something ridiculous like that in Division 9. And whilst I get lots of complaints about electric e-bikes and e-scooters on the road, I appreciate, I find I'm quite comfortable saying, hey, once it's on the road, it's out of our jurisdiction, we don't manage the roads. But in the parks, I actually want people to be able to use pedal-powered or, in the parks. But is there anything we could do to just prohibit the use of any motor at all? Like any motor. Like you can't take an engine, or you can't take, like any motor in a park only. Is that something we could...
Through the chair, I don't think that provision currently exists. I think technically it could be explored in terms of the local law review framework that's being looked at as an option. But I think we'd need to be really careful around probably the specifications specific to those electric motors.
Yeah, so I think I'd like to... I can't change anything down. I'm not a member of this committee, but I think at full council I'll ask about adjusting the local law. Like I think our parks shouldn't really have motorised devices in them at all, except by application. What do you mean, sir?
A scooter, mobile mobility scooter.
Anyway, Councillor Tozer.
I want to think about that.
Yeah, you take the opportunity between now and full council.
But I think
Councillor Doran's just raised a very valid point that might need to be thought through, but you have that chat with Luke and the team before full council and see where that goes. Councillor Martin, are you wishing to contribute? I saw a hand half shot, please.
Thanks, Chair. A comment, I'm not going to make an amendment, but I just wanted to flag. I think the key element of responsibility for us here is the infrastructure discussion. We've got like oceanways and shared paths, and even I get a lot of comments, even, it's difficult to tell the speed, but even if they are largely under speed, with congested pathways, that still presents a risk to elderly in the community and those with disabilities. And infrastructure is a really important part. I think it would be premature for us to do any of that now while the state are doing the inquiry, but following the outcomes of that, I'd be really keen to see how we are supporting both cycling and whatever the rules are around e-bikes with infrastructure to make sure we're getting safe, separated, both for the rider and those that are interacting with them.
Do you mean lanes?
Well, I think marked lanes is one thing, but I think that doesn't really shield the pedestrians. I think the gold standard, and we've seen it in other councils, is separated cycleways from pedestrians, and that's another path. But, you know, whether that's separated on-road cycleways, but multi-directional, or dedicated pathways for bikes separated from pedestrians, would be, but you know, I'd be keen to see that body of work around what's the best standard. I know it's expensive, but as we are trying to meet our future, you know, transport goals, you know, public transport's not going to get us all the way there. Active transport plays a massive role. I think that's the benefit of legal e-bikes, is the active travel and getting out of cars. But I think, you know, safety of our community needs to be paramount.
Councillor Doran, did you wish to close the item?
I think just to close, the conversation shows how difficult this is. There's a lot of things to take into account. It's new technology relatively, and we're catching up, and we're probably seeing that it's exploded faster than was probably, well, certainly the law's caught up. I think that Councillor Fowler made an interesting point, as did Councillor Tozer, and that, you know, we want people to enjoy our parks and we want to try to regulate it. I think that it's a bit like a car, Chair. You can have a car that can go 200 kilometres an hour, but you stick at 60 kilometres an hour, where that's the regulation, because that's the responsible thing to do in that circumstance. And these devices here, most of the time when it causes frustration in the community, they're not being driven responsibly, let alone on a legal device. And that behaviour check is something that is mostly required, or is required by police and law to check that behaviour for most part. Council doesn't have that responsibility. So again, to pick up on Councillor Fowler's point, we are relying on the state government to make some smart decisions here and provide some context and some guidance and certainty for the community and for those who use these devices legally, as Councillor Martin indicated, because it is an important way with which we can increase our active travel component in the city.
Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Okay.
Great idea, Peter.
Yeah. Did AI tell you that one too? Okay, councillors. We're up to item 6.7. We'll move straight into it and try and keep on track with time.
Thank you. Through the chair. Councillors, litter and illegal dumping continues to be an ongoing challenge for the City of Gold Coast. In the council round of 852, the Waste Network Plan was presented, and a recommendation from that meeting was to bring back a report to this committee about the management and enforcement of illegal dumping. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide a brief overview of the current process and statistics around litter and illegal dumping, and then to provide an update on some additional actions the City will take to manage the enforcement of litter and illegal dumping following the implementation of gate fees next financial year. I'd like to introduce Coordinator of City Laws, Lisa Harrison, to talk through the illegal dumping.
The Waste and Reduction Recycling Act defines litter and illegal dumping as the unlawful depositing of waste at a place without consent or lawful means of disposal. Littering is defined as depositing or discarding of waste that is less than 200 litres in a public place or on private land without consent of the owner. And for context, our curbside collection bins are 240 litres. Illegal dumping is where more than 200 litres is disposed and may include unwanted household items, waste, garden waste, construction or building materials. Where there is sufficient evidence, city officers can issue infringements for various offences under the Act to a person or to a registered vehicle owner if a vehicle is associated with the act of the littering or dumping. General littering, such as not placing waste in a bin or disposing of cigarette butts, can result in a fine of $333. Larger dumping, such as disposal of green waste or soil, household items or tyres, can result in a fine of $3,000 up to $12,500 for a corporation. Just go back one, sorry. Behaviours associated with dumping vary being driven by a number of factors and are often a deliberate attempt to avoid cost or the time associated for an individual or a business to lawfully dispose of their waste. The key reasons why people illegally legally litter or dump can be attributed to a lack of enforcement outcomes. This is where they may feel they are unlikely to be penalised or have a high chance of just getting away with it. They may think people won't see, therefore they won't get caught. Sometimes there are knowledge gaps. People don't always think what they are doing is considered illegal dumping, particularly when it's green waste or curbside dumping where they think council's just going to come and pick it up anyway. They may also have a low regard for neighbourhood amenity. There may also be socio-economic factors. They may live in an area of lower household income or high unemployment. They may lack the transport means to get the waste to a waste facility. People also come from backgrounds or countries where leaving waste on the road is not considered an offence. The city primarily responds reactively to litter and illegal dumping, where officers will receive a complaint, then commence an investigation. Officers can use a number of tools to investigate who is responsible for the dumping or replacing the waste in a public place. They can interview witnesses or other members of the public. We can review available footage from CCTV cameras or covert cameras that are placed in public places. They may also identify particulars that are within the waste itself that may lead us on a line of inquiry. Officers can issue notices under the Act to seek further information from a person in relation to the dumping, and we can invite them to provide more information that may assist us on our inquiry. Where there is sufficient evidence, an infringement is issued to an alleged offender. Officers may also request that the offender return to the site, remove the waste themselves, and dispose of it lawfully. In the 24-25 financial year, the city spent approximately $8 million in the clean-up, disposal and management of litter and illegally dumped materials, from street sweeping, beach cleaning and general waste collection. This resulted in approximately 2,924 tonne of waste collected by the city, 87% of which comes from littering. City officers undertook around 2,800 investigations of litter and illegal dumping. 95 infringements were issued for a total of $122,000. 67% of waste, or illegal dumping I should say, is left within close proximity to properties or a unit complex, being left on a road or footpath or in a nearby park or open space. Through the chair.
Sure.
Does that total cost include the removal of abandoned vehicles?
Through the chair, abandoned vehicles are managed through a different process, through a tow contract that we have, and we utilise Torum for that offence type as opposed to the Waste Act.
So when often, like in the hinterland, we all often get a car having gone off the side of the hill and crashed and terrible, and we winch it out, and that cost seems very high, and I wondered if it actually includes the cost of car retrieval from difficult circumstances, because it might be 3 or 4 of those a year.
Matt?
Through the chair, no, Councillor, this does not include the abandoned vehicle process or towing costs to our abandoned vehicle yard.
Thank you. Cheers.
Different process. Records show the city's top suburbs for dumping are Surfers Paradise, Southport and Labrador. These suburbs traditionally are a medium to high density living with multi-unit dwellings and have a high move-in and move-out ratio.
Through the chair. So, councillors, we looked into some research regarding what are the impacts of illegal dumping once gate fees are implemented. Our findings found that the impacts of gate fees on illegal dumping is inconclusive, and there's no studies that quantify the impacts of raising gate fees on illegal dumping rates in the Australia and Queensland context. The most closely aligned report we found was from a 2019 Arcadis report, which surveyed councils on litter and illegal dumping costs. And in that report, they found there was no apparent correlation between a charging regime at waste facilities and illegal dumping. Councillors, as we mentioned, behavioural issues include more than just cost related to litter and illegal dumping, so there's several challenges in this space. The Waste Resource and Resource Recovery team did engage with some other local governments to look at what the impacts to illegal dumping were after the implementation of gate fees. And anecdotally, these councils did see a small increase in illegal dumping for up to 12 months. So councillors, based off the research and engaging with other councillors, the city is preparing for an anticipated risk of an increase in illegal dumping for up to 12 months. To manage that, we looked at two options within existing resources on how we can best regulate additional illegal dumping and collect additional illegal dumping that may occur. I want to highlight first, councillors, we have engaged a transformation team in strategy, people and performance and are looking to streamline our existing litter and illegal dumping process. There are opportunities to better utilise our resources, both from an enforcement perspective and a city cleaning perspective. And what that'll look like, councillors, is reducing the time it takes from a complaint to get from a customer to our officer. In that time, dumping can be picked up and we can go out to a site and nothing's there, or evidence may have been already difficult to collect evidence. And by using that information and by streamlining the process, we can target our clean-up resources in a more efficient and effective way. The first option, councillors, to manage the anticipated risk is to maintain the current resourcing for the increase in illegal dumping. What this would look like is no further resources in city laws or city cleaning, and this may have a potential slight reduction in service levels for city laws, although we are looking at how we streamline our own processes internally, and the same would go for city cleaning if that risk is realised. The second option, councillors, is to reallocate existing city laws resourcing so we can up our enforcement activities regarding litter and illegal dumping, especially to try and change behaviour. What this would see is a general city laws officer moved from their general duties across to a litter and illegal dumping for 12 months to manage this anticipated risk, and some low-risk city laws requests may be slightly impacted, although again we are looking to streamline our processes. Based off this, councillors, the recommendation stands that the city will look to reallocate existing city resources to manage the anticipated risk of an increase in the litter and illegal dumping. Thank you, Chair.
Questions for officers? Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chair. When fines are applied for illegal dumping, are those funds the property of council, or are they diverted to the state who apply the...
Through the Chair, that is captured in our general revenue.
Thank you.
Through our City Inspectorate revenue.
Anything else, Councillor Young?
Yeah, so I wonder if we have any estimates of costing for allocating additional staff to this particular, to...
Through the Chair, there will be no additional costing required. This will be reutilising our existing resources to manage the potential increase.
But to return to the 2021-22 era, when we had money from the state government, how much money was that, and is it a cost-neutral exercise for us to invest money in officers who are investigating and securing financial return in...
Through the Chair, 2021-2022, we received funding from the state government for 2 litter and illegal dumping officers. In 22-23, that reduced to 1. So currently, we fund 2 illegal dumping officers from our own budget, and then we are funded for one officer. Did that answer your question, Councillor?
I think so. Thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I was just curious why in the presentation we had option 1, option 2, but in the recommendation we don't have a recommendation on option 1 or option 2.
Through the Chair, the second recommendation there does align to option 2. I probably should have called that out more clearly in the recommendation.
Okay. Chair, I just had a question just about the illegal dumping increase that we're expected to see once tip fees start in July. So you're saying a small amount. We had previous council reports that said first year between 10 and 20%. Is that, when you say small, are you meaning the 10 and 20%?
Through the Chair, 10 to 20% was presented back with the Waste Network plan, I believe, in February. Again, that was anecdotal from other councils, so we tried to cross-reference that with research to see if there was research that indicated an increase. We couldn't find that, and some of the reports we did find show there was no correlation between gate fees and illegal dump-in. Also worth noting, Councillor, is illegal dump-in littering continues to be an issue with free access to waste and recycling centres at the moment. It is due to multiple behavioural issues, not just cost. Therefore, that's where we landed in terms of the recommendations.
Chair, I'm just curious because we don't know. We know anecdotally that other councils experienced a 10 to 20%, and that's what was told to us when council made the previous decision. But if we're looking at illegal dumping costing the city $8 million annually, if anecdotally that is the result, that we end up with a 10 to 20%, that's up to $1.6 million in an increase in cost to the city in that year. And Chair, I was just wondering whether you would mind adding a 3 that an updated report is provided to the Special Budget Committee meeting prior to the commencement of tip fees in July 2026, outlining a cost-benefit analysis comparing that projected revenue against these additional operational and enforcement costs.
So can I clarify first, Councillor? So you've just taken 10 to 20% of 8 million, but we don't actually have any evidence to say that's what the cost would be?
It's what was provided to us in previous council reports. It was the evidence that was provided to us as a reason to do tip fees previously.
Yeah, so I have that part, but if there was a 10 to 20% increase, it doesn't necessarily correlate to a 10 to 20% increase in the costs. Officers are saying that if there was an increase, they could accommodate within the existing 8 million.
Well, there's a cleaning cost. So I think what we're talking about today is the enforcement resources that's required. But I think, is that $8 million city cleaning as well as enforcement?
Through the chair, just to clarify, the $8 million is litter and illegal dump-in. 87% of what we do is litter, so beach cleaning, general park cleaning. What we are anticipating is an increase in illegal dump-in only. The gate fees does not impact, or the research would say does not impact littering. So that 13% of the tonnes collected, note this isn't related to cost, so it's quite challenging. The increase, it is the impact of 13% for a litter and illegal dumping, which again, we believe through our process improvement, better utilisation of resources, we can manage that into the 26-27 financial year.
Understood, thank you.
And the second answer was that the 8 million includes the city cleaning cost element?
Through the chair, yeah. But I think 93% of those costs are city cleaning costs.
That was my interpretation of it as well. Well, Chair, I'd like to move a change and just add that 3 if I can, and just get councillors to consider that.
Councillor Doran, you had a question?
Happens in the background. I have a couple of questions. I'm interested in when you could call it the peak enforcement success was in 2020 to 2021 with a 10.5% fine rate at a revenue of 515,000 Chair. I'm not in favour of gate fees, I've been clear about that, so I want to exclude the July 2026 conversation and just come back to that more generally. If we have, according to the report, significant problems with illegal dumping, and in the past having more resources not only deterred more people by having a better fine rate, but also brought more revenue in, why do we not have, I know that state government was contributing, but that seems to me that the more people you have, the more revenue you get, and then the more you deter this type of behaviour. Why do we not have more enforcement officers in place to get back to that peak period?
Through the chair, I think the key aspect, as you mentioned, Councillor, is that when we're looking at compliance, we're actually not about the revenue generation, we're about the compliance outcome, but certainly take your point in terms of being able to offset that for additional resources to get a greater effect. I think at this current stage, as a city administration, we were confident that the resourcing we currently had would maintain the current service levels. Certainly as we move into next financial year, that is something that we intend to project through the budget process in terms of an additional resource ask, and then looking at if that then correlates to additional revenue being able to offset those costs.
I think thank you, Chair. I didn't mean to cut you off, Luke, sorry. I think that if you're looking at currently, Chair, we're looking at a 3.3% investigations resulting in an infringement, and we were at 10. I'd be quite happy fining people or infringing people for illegal dumping in our streets. So I would be comfortable, if we're going to build a Christmas tree of a recommendation, Chair, to also maybe put some KPIs on the team in relation to increasing the percentage of investigations resulting in fines to get up from that 3.3% in 24-25 to I'll be balanced to somewhere between there and the peak period of 2019-2020, which is 10.1. I feel like we should put some KPIs on the team to increase that percentage, because if, and I'm not debating, I will get to a question, but if we do see an increase in illegal dumping, some will say yes, some will say no, then more revenue will deter them, and also more infringement will deter them, but also more revenue will offset that cost. And I feel like if we don't put some sort of KPI on the team to create a program that meets the expectations of me, but also maybe council if there's a majority, we won't get that. So, Chair, I'm wondering if the team under Luke would have any objections to setting a percentage investigations resulting in a fine KPI moving forward.
EGM, getting in the territory of what's operational versus what we can actually do, because we don't typically set KPIs that you would set at the operational level. You want some input here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Doran, we can certainly look at that, and we'll be looking at it. I'd probably caution against putting it in resolutions from this committee. Luke and the team, we work through these things anyway, and obviously as this evolves over the next 12 months and we have a better understanding on what it looks like, we're happy to come back to council as well and update you on that, if that's...
I mean, we can put anything to a recommendation. It's just that when it hits the organisation, they just bounce it straight back to us and say that's operational, and you can't do that with it. I get what you're getting at. I do. Could I encourage you to have that chat with Alicia and Luke before full council of some wording that might get you to what you're looking to do and not put them in a bind, as well as something that's just unachievable? Please.
Do we have vehicle recognition technology for automatic plate recognition? Will we have that technology at hotspots that we know have illegal dumping?
Through the chair, yes, some of our hotspots do have LPR cameras.
Excellent. And with the gate fees that are coming in to put a cost on people to go to the tip, has there been any consideration to maybe extending the hours at some WRCs, because they do close at 4:50 now, a bit longer? Do you think that would have any impact on the illegal dumping if the hours were extended some days to 7 or 8 o'clock?
Through the chair, I have to take that on notice. It's not something we looked at in terms of the illegal dumping impact.
Okay. I would, one last thing, Chair. I think that given the change that's coming in July, and this isn't to stop anything, it's just whether or not we should get a report about the progress of this enhanced illegal dumping program at a future committee to see whether or not it's working and how the changes are. Is there a mechanism at the moment for that to come back, or would that just be at a general?
No, but I guess I look at Luke and Matt and acknowledge Chris Owens in the room as well. What would be the appropriate timing for a report to come back?
Chair, potentially April could be a time to come back in terms of preparation for a program, and then maybe on a six-monthly cycle.
I think Councillor Doran was more referring to that once the fees are introduced and in operation. I was more thinking this time next year would probably be that a report be presented back in 12 months.
And Chair, that might actually fulfil your KPI component.
So what if we just said a report be presented back before the end of 2026, updating on blah, blah, blah? Not blah, blah, blah. We'll put some words to it. Councillor Doran will put some words to it. It's his amendment. Yeah. Okay, so we'll get a 4 in there, just calling for a report to come back while Councillor Doran's working on that. Question from Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. Just looking at what Councillor Doran was talking about, you know, the percentage of investigations resulting in a fine at around about 10% in 2021 and now 3.3% in 24-25 with a similar staffing measure. It's just so hard to detect, I'm thinking, because I know in my area when we actually report illegal dumping, and I do it in my own street on a regular basis, it's very difficult to actually find who's actually done it. I mean, it may not be right outside the house where the illegal dumping's occurred, and I've certainly put recommendations in and asked officers could they just go and talk to certain, addresses that I may have problems with, but I'm guessing that this is a low percentage because it's just very undetectable sometimes, especially when you're in built-up areas.
Through the Chair, I think that's correct, Councillor, in terms of substantiating the offence is a key challenge. The team need to obviously collect sufficient evidence to demonstrate the elements of the offence, so that is a key challenge for them.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Doran's proposed 4. Councillor Fowler, I assume you don't have an issue with a report going back?
No, Chair, no issue.
I think too, so just so we're using correct language, in number 3, could we change our tip fees to what the name of the actual proposed charge is? Mr Owens might have to help with that. I can't actually remember the proposed. Is that correct? WIC waste access charge? Yeah, WIC gate fee. Just so everyone knows what we're referring to. Councillor Fowler, were you looking to adjust number 2 to call out the option 2 that's in the officer report?
Chair, I feel like we should, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, Matt. You have no problem with that. So,
just for clarity,
yeah.
I think it.
So what? Just sense. as per option 2. Okay, so we've added our 3, we've added a 4, we've made a little adjustment to number 2. Final call for any other questions or amendments that we might be considering before we go to debate. Councillor Fowler, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, this change recommendation, number 2 just specifically outlines that it is option 2 that we're speaking to, which gives city officers the additional resourcing that they need with the expected spike in illegal dumping that may come into effect following July. Number 3 is really talking to, let's just take another look at it. There's lots of conversations in my travels around some hidden costs with regards to the decision that council made, customer service increasing, illegal dumping, there's some flexi-skip conversations. I just think it's responsible for councillors to look at this through special budget committee just so that we're sure of what those hidden costs and that those known costs are. And then Councillor Doran's addition that a report be brought back on illegal dumping by the end of 2026, I think is a good move as well.
Speaker against? Sorry, wait, I think we're there now. So I'm not going to speak against the motion, but just to clarify in Councillor Fowler's opening there, so the recommendation from officers in the report was that they wouldn't require any additional resources to manage the spike and that they believe that City Cleaning could handle it with inside. Just to clarify that. But that'll come back through as part of number 3. While I think a lot of the focus today and the report calling out the introduction of the Waste and Recycling Centre fee, this report was a much more holistic report looking at illegal dumping and litter control in the city in general. The numbers are fairly confronting, a couple thousand tonnes per year of litter and illegal dumping that our city cleaning crews are collecting, a cost of $8 million ratepayers. And what I thought was very interesting was, while a lot of the focus, a lot of media attention and the local Facebook group attention has been on an increase in illegal dumping because of gate fees, what the report shows is that illegal dumping is already a massive issue inside the city, and that we've got some certain suburbs and certain areas where, as we continue to have more density occur around the city, we can expect a correlation of increased illegal dumping with that as well. And that was probably timely to be looking at that too, of how can we be looking to reduce that illegal dumping occurring in those areas already, to hopefully ensure those costs don't increase into the future, because there's a big one. Is there a speaker against the motion? Councillor Fowler, do you wish to close the door? That's very good. We'll take that as debate closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Councillors, that moves us to item 6.8. Councillors, I believe it was Councillor Young who unstarred this item. Is there a presentation that you would like to see, or would you want to go straight to questions on it?
I don't need a presentation.
So I'm happy to take it as read and go straight to questions. Sorry, Lisa, I know you've been sitting there the whole time eagerly anticipating your chance up at the lectern, but we'll go straight to questions. Councillor Young?
Yeah, I just wanted to draw to your attention that, and the committee, what I mentioned to you on the phone yesterday. Item 2 in the recommendation seeks that Council endorse the proposed key priorities outlined in section 5.3, and those are, for example, that we consolidate urban growth pattern, and specifically planning for growth at a regional level should reflect the endorsed approach to growth for the Gold Coast. And second one, urban footprint, land within the urban footprint is sufficient to meet the needs of the Gold Coast's existing and future populations. And I honestly think that we've completely compromised those positions with the recent Norwell decision to progress the investigations to expand the urban area in Norwell Valley. It conflicts entirely with this provision, or this key priority of recognising and telling the state that the land within the urban footprint is sufficient to meet the needs of the Gold Coast's existing and future populations. So I just wondered if the officers might have a response to that, because it seems like we've got 1 foot forward in the Norwell Valley, and this document is completely in isolation from it. And I think there needs to be
would have been written before officers were even aware of the Norwell Valley report. So Trina, George, Lisa, I'm not sure who wants to tackle it, but can we address the elephant in the room of how we acknowledge the decision of the last council round and the impacts on this work moving forward?
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, through the Chair, yeah, you're right. The key priorities have been prepared prior to the decision that was made around the Norwell Valley last week. The key priorities do reflect our LGMS direction for growth, which is through consolidation. Future growth in the north, it does require detailed investigations, and the timing is still unknown. While we have reflected the LGMS position, we'll certainly consider the opportunities in the north as the investigations progress through the review process. But this is a point in time key priorities that reflect our currently endorsed position for the city through the LGMS. We would also expect those investigations in the northern areas to consider our LGMS directions for growth and these key priorities as those investigations continue as well.
So, Elisa, this is probably brought to any of you. So, do we leave it as is, or are we able to update this document with some kind of even an asterisk or an explanatory note saying, there has been a recent council decision that needs to be considered in this?
Can I just comment that we've been aware for many, many months that we had the capacity to cater for growth. It's been in many reports. I think the decision that was taken is a very, very long-term decision that doesn't need any action at this point in time. The land in question remains outside the urban footprint, and I think this is entirely appropriate at this point in time without reference to the decision that's made. That will run its own race and take its own course, and it'll be up to the state government ultimately anyway. But as far as council's concerned, we do have the capacity, and I believe that it doesn't matter when you wrote this, because it's always been the way that we've been advised since the last SEQ regional plan that we had capacity.
Councillor Young, what say you?
Yeah, I agree. We've always had the capacity, and that's been accommodated in the work that we've done to date with the planning scheme review. The Norwood decision was completely out of step with all of that, in my opinion, and I don't think that's been properly recognised. It seems problematic for us to go to the state government and say, these are our key priorities, when on the other hand, just a week ago, we've said we're endorsing a proposal to accommodate a couple of 100,000 people in an area that previously wasn't even contemplated.
Yep. So I tend to lean more towards Councillor Gates' point of view, is that that other piece of work has to be allowed to be run its own race as a separate piece of work. That these two things melding together is problematic, especially for officers. Like, you know, what may happen up there is a big may, and for Trina and Jordana and the team to have that as a may is not really workable right now. If at some time in the future it becomes something that needs to be considered by officers and force an adjustment of this, that's then. For now, on our current time frame, we kind of have to proceed acknowledging it's there, but it doesn't affect anything that we're doing with the state at the moment. Alicia?
Yeah. Through you, Mr Chair, I agree with that. I think, Councillor Young, this number 2 on page 535, there is kind of a disclaimer in here saying that should the state government expand the urban footprint, that these are the requirements that we have, and it's kind of the same process we're going through. We get requests quite a lot for land outside the urban footprint. To me, this allows us, and council endorsing this, allows us to work with the state and absolutely have my commitment that we would come back to you as we go through this, and if that changes, we'll update that. So I think this neatly, kind of what you just said, Councillor Hemmel, summarises everything and allows for all possibilities, but also allows us to keep going with the LGMS and the work on the new planning scheme.
I think the other consideration, Councillor Young, is you know, the regional plan targets in our new planning scheme are multi-decade horizon ones that, if anything happens in Norwell, and it's a big if, it still only meets a small proportion of the 20, 30, 40, 50-year targets that the whole city requires.
I'm happy to leave it.
Any other questions for Lisa, Trina, or Jordana on this one? Councillor Tozer, then Councillor Martin.
Hey, on page, thanks, Chair. On page 545 and 546, it talks about the, and 547 as well, it talks about the elements that are at risk or off track. And some of those are addressed in the priorities, and some of them seem, maybe I'm not reading it correctly, but some of them seem like they're maybe not in the priorities. And I wondered whether that's because we've made a conscious decision because of the resources available, we're just going to leave those elements the way they are, or help me understand.
Through the Chair, the policy areas that are listed on those pages are in relation to whether they're on track or off track for the planning scheme development. So it's purely to do with the work that we're doing for the actual planning scheme itself, and whether they're on track for the delivery with that work.
So does that mean that we, like for instance, one of the items on page 546 talks about, on 547 talks about, you know, First Nations policy, and that appears to be captured on page 541 as First Nations policy. Is there, in those areas on those last pages I mentioned, is there all corresponding actions or not?
No, through the Chair, the policy work that we've listed there is associated just with the development of the scheme. In terms of the regional plan review, it's a different body of work and will require those policy areas, but they are quite separate in terms of the work that we're doing.
Right. So is there reason for councillors to be concerned about those items outlined on 545, 546 and 547 from the perspective of providing adequate resources for you to do what we are intending to do. Do you have enough resources to solve those at-risk or off-track items?
That's what we're working through with the policy areas and making sure that they are adequately resourced, and we've got basically what we're calling a planning readiness program to assist those policy areas, and some of that means that we're bringing work forward, but at the moment a resource issue is not one of the concerns that have been raised essentially.
So you have enough staff to do everything, but those things are still at risk or off track. I'm misunderstanding then. Maybe I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying you have enough resources to do all the work, but all of those items are off track or at risk. Help me understand how come they're off track or at risk if you have enough resources.
Through the chair, it's not necessarily all resource based. It's technical review and the timing for when that work's being done and completed. So some of that's outsourced, and also just in terms of how long it takes with some of the planning scheme policy work. It's not just a quick fix and quick solution.
Okay, so it sounds like you're very confident in dealing with those things that you've noted as at risk.
Through the chair, they're a month-by-month review. So each month we get reports from each of our policy areas. So we're making sure that we're keeping on track. And if that changes, then we will be bringing that forward on any of the new planning scheme program reports that come up to council.
Alicia, maybe a little bit from you on this as well.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll probably can say a bit more than George can say, Councillor Tozer. It's safe to say that there are areas in the program that we believe are at greater risk, but we're working through that at the moment. And some of those internal areas, we've had meetings last week to work through that. There's nothing genuinely hand on heart that I go, we're not going to be able to do that. But there are, which you are seeing in the report, which we want to be transparent, areas that aren't where we want them to be, or aren't where they should have been by this point in time. But we have plans, we've got consultancies helping us to try and uplift those areas to get where we need to be.
Okay, is off-track worse or better than at-risk?
Through the chair, off-track is worse. So we have on-track, at-risk, and then off-track. So that was based on a...
No. Yeah. I'm trying to work it out. Like it's not. Yeah. There's no table in here to code what is worse and better.
Yeah. So at risk is where, and it was based on a milestone, particularly at June of this year, in terms of the policy development work and how we're tracking through and progressing with that work to enable the drafting to continue and commence for certain areas.
Right. So in saying, for instance, this is some non-confidential report, but this says that the bushfire planning as part of the planning scheme review is off track. We have a plan in place in order to get it back to at risk or to on track.
Through the chair, that's correct. The policy area for bushfire is working with some consultants and they're trying to bring that work forward. We're also looking at how we can work with the drafting to bring some of that forward to be able to preempt some of the outcomes that are likely to be seen.
Okay. So, I'm not a committee, so I'm okay.
They're good questions. I think you've kind of teased out a fair point. So you asked about resources. So Jordana and Trina's team have got resources to write a new planning scheme, but this is all to do with demonstrating that a new planning scheme involves every part of the organisation. Like these are not areas that report to Trina or Jordana. There are other policy areas that are doing their work.
I mean, bushfire comes across my committee, so I'm very aware of that. I'm trying to ask a question about whether we're actually doing our job properly.
It doesn't have there. I agree with Alicia. Like, there's nothing that's been flagged because this has been popping up every month in the updates of at risk and on track, and there's been a few of them that have moved month to month. I got a lot of confidence from talking with a few EGMs recently that we're on the path with all of them, that there's nothing in any of this work that is a big risk. It was honestly in the idea of just calling out the fact that there's transparency from Jordana and the team about acknowledging that it's not all in their team, that it is everyone in the organisation in with it, and that there are some areas that needed some additional help. What it has led to is some additional consultants being brought on board at a cost to help those areas to make sure this doesn't delay us. So maybe resourcing and George's team was one thing. It actually called out the need for some other policy areas to get some additional help, which they've been given.
Okay. So do I need to have a chat with my EGM about, like, First Nations and bushfire are both things that effectively report to the Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee. Is there a gap here that we need to bring into the public domain to say, okay, well, we've only just got a new EGM who's only been here for 4 weeks, but is there a gap there that I can help?
Bushfire's been a problem one for a lot longer than that.
Sorry, say that again?
Bushfire's been a problem one for a lot longer than that. So no need, your EGM and Mr. Kaler, or all EGMs are aware of it. Alicia and the team are meeting with them and their GMs regularly on this. It's honestly just calling that out, the fact that this is a whole of organisation thing to prepare a new planning scheme, and that we've got that kind of cross collaboration going on where we very early called out there were a few areas who were behind in their policy work and weren't going to be ready in time, and it in most circumstances has led to additional consultancy or additional resources being allocated to help those teams.
Okay.
Don't see it as I really don't see it as a negative. See it as a positive that upfrontness has gone on, and that we're not going to be in a position in 12 months' time where we're left behind because the bushfire policy is not prepared. We're calling it out a lot earlier and getting it done a lot earlier.
Right. Through you, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, Councillor, I was really uncomfortable with us sending a report up to you saying everything's fine, when in some cases there wasn't. Now, there was some items that were off track or at risk that are now completely green and on track. But at least if we're telling you month to month what's going on, can absolutely confirm that Brett's been fantastic and we've been meeting. So I'll give you a briefing on that with Brett afterwards as well.
Yeah, let's do that. That sounds great.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chairman. I just wanted to make the point that 2028 is our aspirational goal, but what's more important is making sure that we have an appropriate scheme. So I appreciate the regular updates, but there's so much that needs addressing in this scheme that I guess there is a slight risk we won't make 2028, albeit that's what we hope to do. But the most important thing is the scheme itself, that we deliver for 10 years.
A slight risk, but Jordana, are we on track for endorsement at the end of 2027 as we sit here today?
At the moment, we are on track. We have a very detailed work plan for our work next year, so we'll be able to very easily track how we are progressing towards that date. For us to meet that date, we do need to have the scheme endorsed for first aid interest check by the end of next year, so that's what we're working to. But again, next year, like we have been this year, we'll continue to report to you and let you know if there's any concerns or slippages on that work program.
And just one further question. Given the introduction of Norwell, will that take away from the work program because officers will be required? I mean, will that have any impact on the development of the scheme?
We're actually in the early stages, through the chair, early stages of planning what that work program might look like and what that resourcing ask might look like. At the moment, we have a dedicated team that works solely on the new planning scheme program. We've found that to be the best way to keep those resources focused just on that. We anticipate if there is a resource impact on the team for the Norwell work, then we will be planning that out appropriately to mitigate any risk to our current work program.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. My question is around the state changes. So obviously we've got the LGMS aligning to the South East Queensland Regional Plan, but that was sort of obviously reading that the state are reviewing that plan that all of our work is tied to, and they're reviewing the planning policy and the regulation. How does that impact our timeline and sort of what it seems like if our master document that we are aligning to could change, could that risk impacting our timeline and planning?
Through the chair, we're currently developing the LGMS and the new planning scheme in accordance with the policies that are in place at this point in time. If there are any changes, it depends on the timing of when those changes come into effect and also the extent of any changes. So at the moment, I think it's not something that we can easily answer because it would 100% depend on time and the scope of changes.
Can I follow? Councillor, it's a really fair point. The most likely change in a regional plan review is going to be the targets and what the targets are attached, what's on the coastal strip, what's not on the coastal strip. So, George, 95% more of the work that we're doing in drafting the new planning scheme, the regional plan won't really adjust, or if it did have to be adjusted, it'd be fairly easy to it. It's really in the targets of attached, and where in the areas it is that there'd have to be some nuance done.
Through the chair, I think we've done a lot of extensive work, and I'm probably stepping into Lisa's space here, but around the housing needs and the LGMS. So I think it won't, in terms of what the state comes out with targets, we'll be able to adequately demonstrate that we've achieved what the state needs, even if there are new targets or it's addressed in a different manner in the new regional plan.
It's as well, so the state reference group that we are regularly talking with, a regional plan review is always on that. So while we don't have all the detail of what's in the regional plan review yet, I think there's a general acknowledgement from the state that, you know, the timing of it, while it could be seen as a negative, can actually be a positive, that, you know, they want a regional plan review done and then a new planning scheme endorsed straight up behind it, that there seems to be a fair willingness to work fairly openly with the regional plan review team that's state-based and our team to make sure that clarity is given on certain policy points early, because we're going to be in the middle of drafting stuff. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. And just in terms of the key priorities that are being put up, is that following, are those the culmination of all of those key priorities, is that from city officers, or is that also, you know, from the early consultation work? I'm just wondering how we arrived at those priorities.
Through the chair, yes, in terms of the consultation work that's been done, these key priorities do reflect our LGMS directions for growth, which have been developed through the consultation process. So that feedback that we have got from the community has been fed into the LGMS and then subsequently fed into these key priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Doran.
Thank you. The key projects that are identified on page 540, 539 to 540, just wanted to, where did those come from? How are they determined? Are they being pulled from an advocacy document?
Through the chair, the key projects that have been identified as the key priorities are what is a reference in our LGMS directions for growth. So they are a copy of the priorities that were developed through that process.
One other question, thank you. Understanding that there's a state reference group where you're meeting regularly with the state government, have they indicated any that any deference will be given to local state MPs and their views on changes to their areas along the way? Or are they speaking as a holistic planning point of view? Like, is there any political involvement at this point?
Through the chair, this is purely at an officer level and advice from all departments across the relevant areas that have a state interest. So it's not delving into the political nature of anything to do with the planning scheme.
I guess, Chair, just a question. It's the first time I've done a new planning scheme. Is there a point during this period before 2028 or before the endorsement of the plan where that happens, where there's a briefing to local state MPs, or is it just we go through the department and the department speaks for the government? So, something from my open.
George, do you want to go first?
Through the chair, we've been developing an overarching communication and engagement strategy, and part of that document that we're reviewing at the moment does articulate the need to be able to consult with our local members at both the state and federal level to be able to provide them with an update. Yep.
I think, as the Doran said, there'd be a point in time where we've actually got a bit more data and evidence to show as part of that. So, you know, when we're actually getting down to the stage of looking at maps and where colours on maps are and the justification for it, that we've definitely started to have those early chats about what that looks like, that we need to do a bit of that as a MP by MP basis, but we also probably need to put them all together in the one room like we do with all of you and say, before you approach it as your own electorate, look at it as a whole of city as well. That we'll do both, but definitely coming up next year. But we continue to look forward to state MPs making speeches in Parliament, parliamentary privilege about this matter, as is their right. Any further questions for officers? Okay, so mover for the item. I'm happy to move it. Seconder. Councillor Gates is happy to second. I don't need to speak to it. I think we've gone through it plenty enough. So I'm going to close debate and take the vote. All those in favour? Against? Item carried. That takes us to item 6.9. No worries. Councillors, so there isn't a presentation on this item, so I was intending to go straight to questions. We have discussed the Section 18 notice a few times in committee, so is there any questions for Gavin on what this next step looks like and what's involved? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. It was related to my previous question. Once we commence this under the Section 18, if things change from the state, is there anything what I'm trying to understand is the Section 18, once you start it, we've only got a certain amount of time period and therefore we are hamstrung, or can it be paused, delayed midway if something falls out of the regional plan that might change? Does it hem us to an end time frame?
Gavin?
Through the Chair, I'll do my best. There's a few questions in that. I guess the Section 18 is a section in the Planning Act, and it links to a rule-based document called the Minister's Guidelines and Rules, and it sets out a process of how you go forward and make a planning scheme. If, for instance, we had to make a significant shift to change our policy, like right at the end of a step where we'd asked the state interest, they told us before we went to a public consultation. So there's a number of steps that you have to walk through to demonstrate you've met all the legislative requirements to implement a new planning scheme. If there are significant shifts that we're being told that we need to respond to incorporate in the new scheme, we can't keep going, but it would be a question as to the statutory weight and function of any changes in state planning instruments and how we would be required to treat those. So there's two things at play. If we had to make changes, it would be a significant work effort and we wouldn't want to go with an unresolved planning scheme, but we'd need to make sure, explicitly clear, that if we were responding to new state interests, that they had a head of power in the state planning instrument so we could give them the due regard. Hopefully that answered your questions.
So it doesn't lock us to a concrete timeframe at all. I don't think there's a specific pause provision, but there's definitely provisions of if that occurred, how that gets dealt with.
Through the Chair, the draft notice is attached to the report that we're seeking endorsement from the state. So what it does do is provide some timeframes for the state for the work that they'll be undertaking, but with our timeframes, there are no dates attached to it.
And so, Councillor Martin, that what I referenced before about the state reference group and then the regional plan review group and the conversations with officers, this has been teased out pretty heavily. Like that is a consequence of this. So, review of the SPPs, review of the regional plans, and the impact on that. The flow of information back so far has been very good. That the state, in giving the time frames they're committing to in the Section 18, took that into account. That's on them to make sure if they go adjust the state interest, that it doesn't muck with the time frame that we're all working to now. Yeah, please.
And would it be, this is obviously has to go to the planning minister. They're aware of we're doing a planning scheme. They've announced the review of the regional plan. So would it be that if there was any concerns from the state at this point, the minister has the ability to tell us, okay, yay or nay around the Section 18?
Yeah. So quite the opposite. I mean, we were ready for this possibly a few months ago, but chose to spend a bit more time working on it with the state to get to this point to make sure that what was in here aligned with more closely what the Deputy Premier's department wanted. So I actually think we've de-risked that pretty well. But Jordana, Trina?
Through the Chair, just to be clear, the Section 18 is really just a procedural step in the process. So whilst it will step out the steps that we need to take to undertake the planning scheme, in terms of any policy or direction that the state might have around any of the issues or policy areas that we're taking up and how that relates to the state interest, that will be teased out through the state interest reference group, and that's what part of that role is. So to be clear, the Section 18 really is just a procedural step for us.
Any other questions? So I'm happy to move the item. Seconder, Councillor Doran. I think Jordana just played it down a little bit. While it is procedural, it is a fairly significant milestone in a long program as we head towards the end of 2027. While it is procedural, it does kick off a series of things and a series of processes that should be acknowledged and called out for the team, because all the work, the lot of work that's gone up to date to this point has got us to this stage of being ready to put the Section 18 in. So to Trina, Jordana, the entire team in the new planning scheme group, I do acknowledge the fact that it is a big moment for a Section 18 to hopefully be agreed to at full council, then go up to the Minister for approval, and that it does set the clock towards us having a new planning scheme in place and endorsed by both state and council before the end of 2027, which pleasingly Jordana indicates we're still on track for. That's all from me on this. Is there a speaker against the motion? We'll close debate. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Councillors, the final item of the day was 7.1. While it is identified as a closed item, I'm not aware of what the question or questions were, if we actually need to go into closed or not. Yes, Councillor Doran, I know there's a GBI. The last item was on the agenda. Councillor Gates, was this your one you unstarred?
I didn't, but
sorry.
I did have just one question, and it related to the delivery of infrastructure identified in the lgip and whether there was an obligation of council to deliver that identified infrastructure. Otherwise, I don't see the point of having an lgip, but I'd like to understand whether there is a requirement for the delivery of identified infrastructure.
Peter?
Through the chair, yes, there's not really an obligation to deliver the infrastructure. However, what we do as part of our planning, Councillor Gates, is we align to the 10-year plan as best we can. Obviously, as demand changes over time and also budget constraints, some of those projects may be deferred or bring forward. But ultimately, we're not bound to deliver that infrastructure.
Which makes it really difficult in this environment when we are approving development applications with the knowledge of infrastructure that has been supported as trunk. And when there's a change, the development sometimes no longer becomes appropriate. So I'm not quite sure how we should manage those situations where we're not delivering what we say we will deliver, even though it's identified as part of the consideration of our approval.
So can I just check, in an approval, do we actually reference lgip, or we reference trunk infrastructure or non-trunk infrastructure?
The approval will just reference the relevant upgrade that's appropriate at the time, through Mr. Chair, and that could reflect trunk infrastructure or not.
Okay.
Through the chair, just to Councillor Gates's question that she just raised there. Ultimately, what happens is we review the lgip on a regular basis. Hopefully, we turn it over around that every sort of 3 to 5 year mark. And those funding priorities do change over time depending on demand. So I think the key thing to remember about lgip is that it is a strategic document, and that document it is aimed to deliver a standard of service based on a set of assumptions as of today, if you like, and ultimately those assumptions will change over time. So if you think of the 80-20 rule, and we've just got to realise that those capital programs will move around as the city develops over time.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor Gates? Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to ask a question specific to the proposed investment in transport, and I don't know if we need to go to close for that. It may be best.
Is it to a specific project with a value, or is it about a program?
No, it's just about the whole sum. There's a difference of 400 million between
I'm happy
2
to.
and 3.
Yeah, if you're more comfortable to go into close so you can have an open conversation, that doesn't worry me at all. I'm happy to move us to close so we can get the question out of the way and not get anyone in trouble. So move to close. Second to Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Against?
703.
Live streaming off. Thank you for those questions enclosed, councillors. We have made a slight amendment to the recommendation during that deliberation. Councillor Fowler, that was your change. Do you want to move the item in full?
Sure, Chair. Just I'll move it. Can't really speak much to it because it was enclosed, but we had a discussion just around LGIP 3. And the number 6 change is just that the Mayor writes to the Premier, Deputy Premier and LGAQ outlining the city's local government infrastructure plan 3, including the current gap in funding required to realise this and the risk of the maximum adopted charge not increasing to meet increasing infrastructure costs.
So Councillor Fowler has moved the item. I'm happy to second it. I'll take that as an open and close from Councillor Fowler. Anyone wishing to speak against the change recommendation? That being the case, I'll close debate. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Councillors, we have one GBI that was provided about a month in advance to make sure it got on the agenda. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Chair. So very quickly, because it's been a long meeting, this was circulated yesterday, so I won't read it out. But just to give some context, the Robina Stadium traffic area encompasses quite a large area around CBUS Super Stadium. And recently there was a monster truck rally on the 18th of October after the NRL season, but it enacted the protocols that are in place when there is an event on at CBUS Stadium. And at the same time, there were local cricketers playing at Andrew Symonds Oval that therefore got infringed for parking at the Oval because they were there for more than 2 minutes. It's an unintended consequence of the season being finished, but new events being at the ground. I think that it's something that we should address because we are going to have more and more events at CBUS Super Stadium based on the state government's intentions to, as is with their current law review, to increase hours and also increase the use of their stadiums, which I welcome. But we also can't have local sport that is participating as the intentions of a local ground be infringed for parking in a ground where they have nowhere else to park. Reason why it's important, and I appreciate Mr. Connery sitting there, is whilst we've been at this meeting, I've been informed that on the 29th of November, there is another event happening at CBUS, almost replicating entirely what happened on the 18th of October, which means that people going to play cricket in their regular scheduled events at these grounds will be infringed under the current rules. So I think this GBI just calls that out and asks city officers to review and see if we can come up with some solutions for that particular unintended consequences.
Councillor Doran, thank you for that. So we've accepted the GBI. We'll take the votes for it to come through. All those in favour? Councillor Gates a second. Take the vote. All those in favour? Very good. Meeting closed 13:17.